That's right, gang. It's a Philion. Freaking, who would have thought that China and US would have come to an agreement? Not a finished deal by any stretch, but I think it's more telling of how bad both sides actually wanted to lower tariffs. They're like, yeah, we can't sustain this. No, no, neither can we. All right, sing kumbaya and make a headline and lower tariffs. Good God, 450. David Bailey and Bitcoin native holding company announced merger with okay Bitcoin. What a move. Or Chicka Bow Wow. Oh yeah, Ford and GM probably could be movers today. Good hit. Sense on CNBC right now. Let me know if he says anything worthwhile. This isn't the right candle. American Bitcoin to go public and deal with another merger. So there's two of them. This was a bigger float, though. Jeez. Did Bessent say, and I need to look it up, are we lowering tariffs for 90 days as well? Or is it just China? Mutual. What are we lowering ours to? Huh. 30? China takes us to 10. Yep, that should juice the markets. And we got prescription drug executive order today at 9 a.m. That was the big news that he was hinting at that he was going to sign before leaving for the Middle East. The move in the market. Golly, does this look like a inverse head and shoulders or what? Everything is up. Yeah. I'm still sticking to this is the policy, not policy shift. Change in rhetoric, whatever I was looking for, this is it. Specifically with China and US. Trade tensions de-escalating, deals getting done. So I'll be probably nibbling 10 to 20% today because I'm all cash. And I really don't care if it drops down from here because it's only 10 to 20% of what I have. And the rest of it, I'll stick to my moving averages. 9%. Well, yeah, you bought at the freaking bottom, freaking animal. So you're doing freaking good. I'm not worried about you. Didn't feel good at the time. I know it was just high risk, high reward. You were buying something that we unprecedented event. Like no one knows how to trade. A trade war, a tariff war. So you did, and you're going to be rewarded for it for years to come. Hopefully we don't double dip. We got to listen to what Kem Quaison has to say in the next week or two if he's updated his thoughts on the year, or is it such a technical move that it's inevitable? I don't know. Damn, that was a 1 minute right there. Is this going to be like RGC all over again here? What's up, Shiza? Get you some 7 months, my man.
Morning.
Okay, fine. Sure. Now, I think there will be bumps in the roads. You know, Trump and the art of the deal. It's all nice kumbaya singing the whole time. I really think both sides really needed to get the tariffs down because they're unsustainable for both parties, and China's economy was already getting shit on. So I think they're both using this kumbaya moment to lower tariffs because both sides needed it. How the deal progresses, I think, will be a bumpy road. Just look at how Trump negotiating the or mediating, whatever you want to call it, the Russia-Ukraine war. I mean, he has no problem shitting on either side when they're not playing ball. So I think if Trump isn't going to get at any point isn't looking like he likes the deal, he'll freaking walk away temporarily or whatever. So that's one of the reasons why I'm not ready to jump headfirst to the pool. You think bearish money managers will go long tonight? No. They'll probably say something along, well, the tariffs are still there. There's probably going to still be tariffs. Something. Hut is merging with GRYP? I didn't know that. Didn't realize it was Hut. A lot of these bearish money managers have career risk by going long now. Keep their investors. Maybe. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Money managers aren't looking for making 5% on a month. They're looking at years. So if their metrics show green light, they don't care. They'll buy now because they're looking for the next 30 to 40% move in the market. If they're a good money manager, they don't care if they're right or wrong or bearish or bull. They shouldn't be bear. Well, I mean, they can have sentiment, but that needs to be able to change. You have to be willing to shift with the wind, especially in this climate. Jeez. The demon light roll tons were coming in under the radar on that. All right, explain that one, bogus. Do I need to put that into ChatGPT? The Senate believes China is now serious about halting fentanyl flows in the U.S. But Senate, we will see what we can do to work on non-tariff barriers. Peepo, let's go. 2 months. Got that silver badge now. Get them yams, damn right. What made you not trade only Kanzi is just because I'm freaking talking to you all. I'm not paying attention. I missed two opportunities, probably one here. This one was a little rough, but it was a good W. So I know chat rooms are playing it right now. So I can't believe this one did a complete round trip. I must feel like buying it today. What's GME doing? GME should be doing well, right? When you buy on Amazon or Temu, Chinese sellers could sell direct to you duty free below something like $800. Huh. Are they getting rid of that or are they not getting rid of that? Jeez. Billions were coming in. So low price goods are probably going to be a little bit more expensive is what you're saying. Good God, look at this. How thin it is. I just don't understand how the book is this thin still. $800 per day. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. All right, I gotta go to the bathroom. This thing's insane. When stuff is up 10% pre-market, is there much more room same day? Depends. If you're talking low float, small cap, 10% ain't nothing. If you're talking like big boys, Nvidia or something, BAOS moving. Yuck. Okay. All right. Like the daily. That one just shit on me. Can't buy BOS. So this is what we saw all of Friday. I thought, oh, well, Kinley and the other ones aren't doing that kind of stuff. Surely this won't. Nope, this one did. And $700. That's right, Zero. That was a nice move on Kinley. It's a really low float. Heard your headline with Bitcoin attached to it. Everybody's thinking big moves. Market peeking its head over the freaking 200 day. It was horse shit. $100 million under at $1.30. And it's up. Jeez. All right, let's see if we get any 7 o'clock or 7:30. I mean, wait, so are the jobs still coming? What? Jeez. This is T. Damn, TM. I don't know if it's ISM's gonna matter, honestly. What is that headline? White House says Qatari has offered to donate a plane to the United States. Okay. For what? All right, 7:30 news here. IHC juice in here. A lot of headlines there. Hmm. Oh my gosh. Come on. Don't do it. Oh, I did it. It's 2 stocks have done it to me today. Freaking A. CMND. Up application of your patent. KDLY, what are you doing? Give you a 5-minute on this. V did the same thing on Friday. Fantastic. $21.30. $40. Jesus. What? This bitch is back up? This is interesting. Urinal. We went to the visit. Great. Jeez. Who gave you money? Did you see us trying to get young man laid in Discord? No. Jeez. You guys have way too much time on your hands. Jeez. Stock Daddy, let's go 41. Bunch of DJT today. Continue to move. Technical on the daily looks decent. 6% already. That's not a cuck. Freaking E-turd trying to make me take a trade. Now it's a cuck.
Mother's Day was yesterday, but you're my daddy every day.
Oh my
Eggplant.
gosh, Yertle. Jeez. I'm looking at it. I'm wanting this MACD to chill out a little bit, which it is. It's kind of flattening out. Give you with a big move, can flip the switch. It's an interesting 5 to play off of. Now you're 5-minute cucking. So if this fails, blowing through 20 could be a possibility. NXTT moving up. WeBuy moving up. Oh my gosh, jumping right over my order. Damn, that was the play. See if 20 holds. Oh. See if it regains. If you come down here and break this 1828 now, that would be really bad. So that's really bad. That's a pop and drop. Although it's not doing the drop part, that is certainly not ideal for longs. Nah, I had 150K and $300 Dr. Soils. And I spent $300 this weekend, and then I lost $1,200 this morning. So it was fun while it lasted. They dicked you so good. How did you not sell? You had to have been up a shit ton. Damn it, Bishop. Bishop, if you're up a freaking dollar on a trade, you either sell some or you, at the very worst, have a break-even stop loss. Especially on these shitters that can move $2 in a minute. Levi's moving here. Don't do it, SJ. What do you mean? What does that mean? I use limit orders. You have to use limit orders pre-market. The hell does that mean? They're run at 20 here. Chat rooms are in this now. Back down again. What a piece of junk. RGC is insane. Yeah. Just chilling right on the 200 here. DJT breaking. We buys juicing. This thing's finicky, man. It's got quite the range here. Another 5-minute cock. Didn't do anything yet. Still has time to push. That 2072 would be nice. And a cock that didn't do anything. Don't. No, I did not, Stackers. There might be a... Yeah, there is a diagonal through here. It could break down here. Oh my gosh, right when I sell, it dips 40 cents. Suck my dick. Unbelievable. Bullshit, Phil. The 2038. I got a 2003. Okay. Five-minute broke. MACD could flip. You just kind of need to break some of these levels, otherwise you're gonna just be another bull trap. Doesn't help that we have 8 o'clock right around the corner. Let's try and hold 20. This break here should move us, yep. Just getting stuffed though. There's no power behind it. Take the rest off. Let's retest the diagonal. Hundreds on the way this way to parts of Bitcoin. What's it doing? It's looking a little toppy there on Bitcoin, honestly. The Senate saying can always go back to April 2nd levels for China tariffs. Ocean One? I don't even know what that is. Never heard of that broker. FIMO, I would say this. We haven't seen any of the large caps or even small caps that gap up, move up after the open. They all sell off first and then move if they're going to go. There might be an exception.
Good morning.
And today might be that exception. I don't know. Who is that? Relic, 42 months. Let's go, buddy. Doing. All right. 20 seconds here until 8 o'clock news. Hopefully we get something fresh. It's a large float. Hollow can suck a dick. QNTM. Finishing dosing. Quantum Pharma. Preclinical data out of this one. This one usually is a good mover. WINT. Holy Kinlan. That juiced out of nowhere. Beto? What the hell? What is that move on Beto? Is that real? Why are all these... This ain't real. Okay. It's not real. It's just 8 o'clock orders going through. BTCT. CRVO. JYD. EPXI saying they become the largest publicly traded Solana company. God. Still flirting with that. Broke it. Didn't really run, did it? Cassie defests China asset. KDLY's trying. It's over the level. Damn. How are they buying discounted Solana? Hell. $14.70 down to $14.20 in 5 seconds. $12.20 in 30 seconds. A coupon. Back to 15. What the hell? How are you supposed to trade that? Shut your mouth. This thing's back up. Baoshang Media. Is this a Chinese company? China stocks could get some love today. It only takes one of them. Is your garden in? No, I'm probably not gonna be able to have one this year because the area where my rock wall failed is where my garden is. So in order to fix the rock wall, you have to deconstruct that whole area. So I have some oak barrels that I have to take off of the rock wall that fell. Like they're just a jumble pile of mess because they fell with the rock wall. Then I'll be able to plant something in that once I move them. But those are like 60 pounds each. They're not fun, so I haven't done it yet. And they're in a dangerous area. So yeah. Yeah, they're old Jack Daniels barrels. I mean, a retaining wall. This thing's like 10 feet tall. Actually, probably like 12 feet tall. It's pretty annoying because anytime it rains, I get nervous. I have a tarp over right now, but it's hard to put a tarp over this section because you can't get to it really. So it's like half covered, so you know water is getting in that area. It's just not a good situation, and it's raining really hard right now. So sounds like it may have saved my house. Um, I mean, it failed. I don't know how that saved my house. If it stood, feel a little bit more confident giving it praise. BAOS. That one already took me for 1,000 today. And it's had high day. Unbelievable. There's just no look at this thing. from $3 to $2.50. That's an insane move for a $2 stock. Just sold my XRP around 248. Yeah, UPXI does have daily levels. It's also insanely volatile right now. It is scary. Can we just have a nice mover today? Not something that wants to rip our faces off? Yeah, just tomorrow with core inflation, CPI. Wild mover, dude. It's your daily level in UPXI. 16. Right through it. Wow. It could be a short squeeze on this thing. They didn't, rarely do you see it, but when it happens, a lot of times it does lead to a short squeeze. Is when a company does an offering, you get the initial pullback, but it's just juicing now. And a lot of times that does send the stock to the moon. See if we got any 8:15 news. There it goes. That's why. CTMX going for it. Hit 197. Because it was locked. What does that even mean? Is it like they bought it through Grayscale? Like Grayscale does that, where you buy it at a discount, or did, and you can't sell for 6 months. Is that what they did? Let's see if Apex comment with long-term buy and hodl strategy, purchasing discounted lock sold provides for built-in gains for shareholders as discount moves to par over time, and with lock sold being staked, the combination of the discount and for your weighted duration. Geez, why the devil's staking yield. So they must have bought it at some place that, like a Grayscale, has to be what they're talking about. Yeah, I'm watching Kinley. We got like some wild movers this morning. So, of course, the one trade I took is the one that, did this, literally did this, and everything else juicing, It's got a decent 5-minute. You got the MACD that could cross up to. I'm really interested in the CTMX though. Nike and Yeti. Nike would be probably a good one, yeah. Again, it's temporary 90-day pause, but that's a big deal. Question is can they actually make a deal in those 90 days? We sell off Phil Muscat. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I think we're going to go test that 200 at some point on the top side of it. I don't know if it's today or not. Certainly, I mean, it's certainly a good spot to pull back, hitting that upper Bollinger Band. And every other day that we've gapped up, we've sold off. Yep, the gap's really holding. Yep. The French bread was right. Talk about Kem Croissant. I'll be interested to see what he says about, even if a deal gets made, if he'll speculate that far. I'm up 11,000 today from stocks, and the market hasn't even opened. Is there a way I can tell when to maybe sell some of the stocks and then rebuy later at a lower price? Every time I tried to sell some, the stock kept shooting up. Lena, so first off, none of us can give you advice because we're not financial advisors, and it's illegal for us to do so. Second is if you just don't know, just come up. I mean, you have to come up with a game plan, right? If you feel like you're going to miss out on a move upwards, you can always sell half or a quarter. You don't have to sell the whole thing. Congrats on being up $11,000 though. This market is not easy. Yeah, it's a good problem to have. Look at this thing starting to squeeze. Freaking called it. All you can do now is look at technical levels. I mean, if we're just talking SPY, we're breaking over the 200. That's this purple line here. That's a big deal on the daily chart. That actually creates, an inverse head and shoulders, also known as the vagina and ovaries. Whatever. Inverse head and shoulder, which is a bullish reversal pattern. That's a big deal. It depends what your time horizon is, What are these stocks that you wanted to hold for years and years on end? Or are these stocks that you were just looking to trade? Bots, MMs. I don't think they care that much about me. They just like dicking me over.
They should make a bird shit ETF. I'd make that thing moon. The amount of Mother's Day flower bed bird bombs, it's looking like Hiroshima up in here.
Oh my gosh. The part that is a little worrisome to me is why are bond yields still juicing? Like, you can't have both. The market can't go up and bond yields both go up. If you do, I feel like there's a problem.
Talking about cocks and dicks isn't enough. Now you are talking about vaginas.
Kitty trader, freaking A. When did the birds start coming out that side? Must be left-handed. What's up, good banana? Hey, I bought the dip. It worked. And it came right back down. What the hell? It heard me. It heard me. They heard me. Come on, man.
I can come wherever I want. Left, right, up, down. I'm like a bukkake all around.
Oh my gosh. This is where I want to see buying. And it's not giving it to me. Come on, you cocksucker. KDLY. Golden tomato. Legendary. A lot of selling here. What's up with this FRGT daily here? Let's break in that 150 level. What the heck? Huh. Of course. Freight Technologies to purchase an additional 1 million of official Trump tokens. That's why it's moving. Freaking A. I was in that early. Someone knew that news was coming out. Of all the shit coins to buy, you buy the Trump coin. Jeez. They're trying to get that dinner, aren't they? Jeez. This is starting to curl up. Going to 3. Today's market for sure, right? Does it, I mean, I could look it up, but has anybody looked at Trump coin? Is it up on, I'm wondering how it moves with this kind of stuff, this kind of news or anything like that. Barely up. Got this 390 here. It's interesting. OSIS received $7 million order. Why is that large cap putting out that headline? Somehow that cracked for. PDRX starting to juice. Receive orphan drug designation. Okay. VIX going on 20. That's a big deal. We'll see if that holds. I believe that cracked 4 on some phantom order. Most people use Thinkorswim Lady. I think they're pretty happy with it. They occasionally curse it, but not as much as I curse the turd. Oh, for crying out loud. Pre-market shit, man. Top side didn't go. I'm down 2,000 already this morning. Like, suck me sideways. Damn it. XRP is at 255 now. So glad I woke up early to get my ass handed to me. Ugh. Now BDRX is low a day. Okay. KDLY curling. It's a 5-minute. What's up, Big Harry? Fair to expect GLP drugs to be a focus. Coming from the White House. So volatile. Friday. Go high. If it can break this range, it might run. Thoughts on China deal? I said it earlier. I think both parties were looking for a way to de-escalate. They both needed tariffs to go down for different reasons. They sang Kumbaya, got a 30-day pause. They both look like winners. No one looks like a loser. That was important. And now the question is, in 90 days, can China and US actually strike a deal? A meaningful deal? I have no idea. But certainly the market will like, good news out of a China-US discussion. So 90-day. Did I say 30? It's a 90-day pause or reduction, whatever. So we need to get in 90 days to buy the dip. My guess is Trump will play hardball in negotiations like he has this entire time. I would be shocked if it goes smoothly, right? We've seen it with Ukraine and Russia deal, right? That's actual war where lives are at stake, and he's routinely thrown out or thrown either side under the bus and threatened, this and that in those negotiations for both sides. So if he's willing to do that there, what's a trade deal? So I imagine they'll be festive. Do I think he's thrown Russia under the bus? He recently has thrown them under the bus, threw Ukraine under the bus at first, and then he said Russia, if Russia doesn't do this or that, he'll throw all these sanctions at him, was the most recent thing. Said to have been willing to walk out of the war by not supporting Ukraine anymore. I mean, everything's on the table with him, apparently. So, again, this is just an analogy. If he's willing to say these things in Ukraine, Russia mediation, I mean, it's not even something that we're involved in as far as boots on the ground. Certainly supporting a side it is, but if he's willing to use those kind of cards in war mediation, surely things can be rocky in China trade deal negotiation. wonder if LOY, yeah, all these might get hit really hard today. If SYTA gets close to 2, I'm interested. Oh, a 5-minute here on KDLY, 2862. It's not really expanding very well. We need it to show that it's got legs again. This kind of stuff. Ah. 9 o'clock news coming up. What a monster this has been today. My guess is we'll get some sort of red to green on this. Probably a big dump out of the open and then some sort of red to green move. Up 650%. That's insane. Bow Wow, your version of fun and mine are very different. Is it a good idea to now roll? Close this cover calls if they're up $2. That's on you, bro. Rats. All right, let's see if we get any 9 o'clock news here. $30. Receive letter of intent for investment from a large fund in China. That's what I want to hear. Recent IPO. China. Company looks like it's based overseas. Is this China? I don't know. And down below, lower day. What? A new industrial robotics in Asia Pacific base expansion. It's a bigger float, so actually it's 16 million. I thought it was 50. Trade was showing 50. $200 million. Or what does that equate to? So that'd be 27 million. It's 27 million US. Can't get a winner, man. I was early on that too. And now the ask is below where the news came out. Gotta love it. Jeez. It's any volume that hits the tape. Cannot get a groove this morning, man. getting a pullback finally. KDLY. By Connor Hellebuck? No, I didn't see that. Was it pretty bad? All right. Just get me out of this. What's your thoughts about buying a stock pre-market that significantly has increased since previous close, like Kinley, or is it best to buy a market opens to trade it? Well, usually we've seen recently is if it gaps up pretty hard like this one at the open, you do see a pretty significant drop. And that includes a pop and then a drop. I mean, you got to think, if you're waking up and you're up 300% on a stock that you've been owning forever, like all these people have been underwater for over a year. Underwater. They might be like, yeah, I'm going to cash this in. So, just got to trade the chart, have a trade plan, you know, have a reason why you enter and a reason why you're exiting.
Yo
Just
Mama has a pretty significant pop and drop.
Thank you, Savage, and you're 45. There's zero way of knowing if this is going to continue today higher or this is the top and it's just going to dump from here. Just got to trade it, trade the chart. Been a tough trader as of late. That first or early morning pop was nice, but this part has been Siru, I see you, Siru. Jesus. Thank you, Volatility Unit 29. Thank you. What did I do this weekend? Oh, I played hockey.
Hi, Poppy. I hope you had a good weekend.
It was a great weekend. Yeah, I've had Celsius. I don't like them. I recently got this Bloom. Pretty good. Going to give that a go. Hydrogen tabs. I just got mine. So I've only had it for like a day or whatever. 2 days. GDC. Why are you moving? To build cryptocurrency reserve of Bitcoin and Trump coin. Okay. This came out at 9:15. Damn. And the L2's already dicked up. How much commitment? 300 million? Sell of the company. So they're going to do an offering to raise money to buy Bitcoin. Got it. In the stock market with your EMA crossover strat? Absolutely. I might nibble early. In fact, I am going to nibble early today. And I'm talking 10 to 20%. So if I'm wrong, I don't really care. Because the two things I was looking for was A, the crossover, or B, change in tone with the tariff stuff. And we're pretty much getting that. Is my internet going in and out? Looks okay. So this pause is not a deal by any stretch, but it's enough that I think the markets could move for a while, a month or two, till we start hearing China's not serious about making a deal. Tariffs back to 140. You freaking dump. Some calls at the open. I don't know what I'm going to trade. It's kind of interesting right now. Not doing too good. I'm red on the day. GDC gave it all back. That's funny. Well, if there's a stock that looks like it's going to rip at the open, it's this KDLY. Oh, I say that and it's already breaking. So disregard what I just said. Any tips for Stokes? You talking about the stochastics? Oh, I just use it like a momentum indicator. Just kind of gives me a hint of where we might be topping out or where we might be finding a bottom. I just play the extremes basically. Yeah. If this would have looked like this going into the open, I would have said we were to break through, but we're doing it early, so sold at 6. Can't believe my eyes. Yeah, I know, right? I've been bumping that new Kanye. No. I don't know if I've ever listened to a Kanye song, honestly. I don't really listen to music. All right, 5-minute break. Be back for the open. A lot of stuff gonna move today. I don't know which side to trade. We'll see. How's that possible? I listened to talk radio my entire life. Before podcasts were cool, I was listening to AM radio. People made fun of me for it too. That's how. Jeez. Uh-oh. Wow, Pony. Pony just went $1 in about 5 seconds. What was that? Holy Pony. Pony, calm down. Damn. See about this DJT trying to break range. Wonder if it'll have a day today or not. GRYP halted up. Yep. Dude, Pony, what on earth is this move? Jeez. LFG means let's let's go. That's what it means. Dude, Pony. All right, I will be looking for KDLY to maybe dip and rip here out of the open. NPR? Nah, I never got into NPR. Let's go, Cheese. Morning to you, brother. Serve trying to break out a little bit on the daily. We'll see about that. Pony finally pulling back. Jeez. CTMX, juice. NVO green. Interesting. My trading view is so slow this morning. Like, this isn't even right. Look how jacked up. All right. Makes a little sense now. My platform's completely dicked. How about yours? Fidelity Trash TOS is working. That's interesting because usually they have an issue when it's congested too. Holy crap, man. People are cashing in, huh? Coin pumping. NXTT moving. Suits are off sides. Yeah, this is clearly some insane volume this morning. Like LGHL, that's what I typed in. This is open. $25 didn't break. I was kind of hoping it would. NXTT building out a 1 minute maybe. It's 25. Still dumping. So weird. Small win, not very pretty there. It's got room to 490 though. Soon pumping. It's a good move. Him's moving. Very interesting that what Pharma is doing today. A Crone Coke party. I forgot about that. Oh, jeez. DGT curling pretty hard. Watch the VWAP break there. NXTT still moving. Pony, huge pop and pulling back now. CTMX about to go high day. UPXI doing nothing. Tim, 5-minute curl, net calling out. We buy 5-minute curl potential. PXI, I'll watch over that 1155 level. Spreads suck, volume sucks. Pony now gave it all back. TXNM, wow. I mean, look at this. My moving averages won't even load. Training view is so dick this morning. YHC going. Okay. Hymns with the juice. Won't even load. Jeez. Yes, eating shit. Yeah, definitely some profit taking. ASST moving here? Little dip and rip there. CTMX, little cuck and go potential over 2. Oh, that's a 30-second chart. Take that. Hims has a 1 minute. $95. MLGO. You're still in that? You are insane. How's your injury? Oh, you might get the first daily cock in a long time on MLGO. In fact, you are getting it. This is the first daily cock since the 28th. Surely it's going to do something on that. Here, I'll buy a little for you, lady, in the swing account. 500 shares. Watching this TEM. Oh, I did break it. Shit. That's why HC is going stupid. FRGT up. KDLY just getting bent over. Here's the VWAP though. Wish I was paying attention. That would have been a spot I'd been interested in. Holding out now. I don't know if this is going to move on the headline, but I'll try it. Okay. I'll take it. Back to nothing. WTF in the scanners. Not really interested in that one. Trump's live right now. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, he's supposed to be live at 9, wasn't he?
To understand the gravity of the situation, and we helped a lot. And we helped also with trade. I said, come on, we're going to do a lot of trade with you guys. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. If you stop it, we're doing trade. If you don't stop it, we're not going to do any trade. People have never really used trade the way it is. And all of a sudden they said, I think we're going to stop. And they have. And they did it for a lot of reasons, but trade is a big one. We're going to do a lot of trade with Pakistan. We're going to do a lot of trade with India. We're negotiating with India right now. We're going to be negotiating with Pakistan. And we stopped the nuclear conflict. I think it could have been a bad nuclear war. Millions of people could have been killed. So I'm very proud of that. I also want to thank Vice President Vance and Secretary of State Rubio for their work and efforts. They worked very hard on that. We also, as you know, created a situation where the Houthis, for the first time ever, have ceased firing, and they've let it be known that they're not going to be
That's right,
firing
Groovy.
American ships anymore, not going to be firing at Americans anymore. This was a heavy barrage that lasted for approximately 50 days. And as you know, they've been in war essentially for forever. But over the last 10 years, they've been very difficult for other countries. Nobody was able to do what we did. But they stopped, and we take their word for it. They're surrogates, and them directly.
On LUCK, seeing a little volume in the name, seeing a bunch of Form 4 insider purchases, seeing one by the CEO purchasing 44,000 at 8 spot 482 for a total of 373,000. LUCK, Lucky Strike.
Agreed to reduce the tariffs imposed after April 2nd to 10% for 90 days as negotiators continue on the larger structural issues. And I want to tell you that a couple of things. First of all, that doesn't include the tariffs that are already on, that are our tariffs. And it doesn't include tariffs on cars, steel, aluminum, things such as that, or tariffs that may be imposed on pharmaceuticals, because we want to bring the pharmaceutical businesses back to the United States. And they're already starting to come back now based on tariffs. Because they don't want to pay 25, 50, or 100% tariffs, so they're moving them back to the United States. I spoke to Tim Cook this morning, and he's going to, I think, even up his numbers, $500 billion. He's going to be building a lot of plants in the United States for Apple, and we look forward to that. I really do look forward to that. But the talks in Geneva were very friendly. The relationship is very good.
Macro Trump with comments says we'll speak to Xi at the end of week, maybe.
They were closing up factories. They were having a lot of unrest. And they were very happy to be able to do something with us. And the relationship is very, very good. I'll speak to President Xi maybe at the end of the week.
Okay.
We have some other things we're doing.
We got to find a faster
stream.
stream.
One of the biggest things that we're doing, and I don't know if people realize this, but their country to trade with the United States.
Does not include
and they took that away at the last moment, and then I canceled the whole thing. And then 6 months later, we ended up doing a smaller deal, but it was a big deal. It was $50 billion worth of product that they were going to purchase from our farmers, etc. And we agreed to that. People thought it was 15 because they were doing 15. We made it 50 because I misunderstood the 15. I said, you got to get 50. Because when I asked, if you remember the story, when I asked, what are we doing with them? My Secretary of Agriculture at the time, Sonny Perdue, said, sir, it's about 15 billion and we're asking for 15. And I thought he said 50. So I said, so they came back with a deal at 15. And I said, no way. I want 50 because you said 50. They said, sir, we didn't say that. Anyway, bottom line, I said, go back and ask for 50. And they gave us 50. And they were honoring the deal. And we would call them up a lot for the corn and for the wheat and for everything. They were honoring the deal. And then when Biden got in, they no longer honored the deal. There was nobody to call.
Extra orange.
I would call on an average of once every 2 weeks to say, come on, you have to speed it up a little bit. And our farmers were doing great. I said to them, buy more land and bigger tractors, if you remember. That's what happened. But the deal was a very good deal. But the best part of the deal was that we opened up China. China agreed to open itself up to American business to go in. And it would have been a great thing, I think, for China. They would be able to see things that they haven't seen. They would be able to buy products that they have never been able to buy. Would have been great for American business. I think it would have brought unity between China, better unity between China and the United States. And the bottom line is that they canceled it the last day. We were all set to sign it. And I went
doesn't include pharma.
A little bit angry. I got a little
angry. This morning,
they said they canceled the deal. The
says
deal was
we
done.
Build
it was all
a lot in the
ready to
U.S.
be
and
signed.
we'll speak to Xi at the end of the week,
went over,
maybe.
They came back to me, sir, they don't want to sign the opening up China. Well, the biggest thing that we're discussing is the opening up China, and they've agreed to do that. But it's going to take a while to paper it. You know, that's not the easiest thing to paper. But that's the single, I think, to me, some people would disagree. Some people would say we're getting a lot of money with tariffs or whatever. But, you know, especially when you add what we already have. Because remember, we're already getting the 50% on steel and different things. That's not included in these numbers. So you can add that. But the biggest thing to me is the opening up. I think it would be fantastic for our businesses if we could go in and compete with China. It would be a lot of jobs for China. It would be, I think, at a time when they can frankly use the jobs. And that's what we're talking about. So that's a very, very important
double bottom
to add. So when Scott, I watched him speak the other day, and I think he didn't want to say it, but I said, it's okay to say it. Look, if we don't get it, we don't get it. But if we don't get it, it won't be a positive thing. But if we do get it, I think it's maybe the most important thing to happen. Because if you think about it, we opened up our country to China. They have very few restrictions. And they didn't open their country to us. Never made sense to me. It's not fair. And they've agreed to open China, fully open China. And I think it's going to be fantastic for China. I think it's going to be fantastic for us. And I think it's going to be great for unification and peace. China will also suspend and remove all of its non-monetary barriers. They've agreed to do that. Well, they're very numerous. But again, to me, the biggest thing that came out of that meeting is they've agreed. Now we have to get it papered, but they've agreed to open up China.
An IRE and seen activity in the May weekly 8.5 calls, over 3,000 contracts, expire May 23rd. IRE and IREN.
Thought was no longer living.
As soon as I put the freaking stop loss in, it hit. How is that possible?
To be released in about 2 hours, actually. And
it didn't even get close to that. Did it really? Did it dip there for a freaking millisecond?
The eyes of Steve Witkoff, who has done a fantastic job. I know a lot of people that have a lot of talent. I know Steve had a lot of talent.
I mean, I put it in there for
a second. I know a lot of people with a lot of talent, but there's one that I thought had a special way about him, special personality.
Look at that horse. It didn't get there.
A good deal maker. Had a special way about him, and it was Steve. Knew very little about the subject matter. Who does?
Yeah, I did.
But he learned it in about 2 hours. And he's been fantastic. So I want to just thank Steve. But they're going to be releasing Edun in about 2 hours from now, or sometime today, let's say. And again, they thought he was dead just a short while ago. His parents are so happy. They're so happy. So it's, as you know, Edun's the only American citizen who's captured. and held hostage by Hamas since October 7th, 2023. And he's coming home to his parents, which is really great news. I mean, to me, it's big news. They thought he was dead. So that's that. So we'll be heading there, and we'll be seeing 3 primary countries. You know all about that: Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar. On Thursday's meeting with Russia and Ukraine is very important. I was very insistent that that meeting take place. I think good things can come out of that meeting. Stop the bloodshed of the horrible, it's a bloodbath. But that 5,000 more, it's really much more, I'm trying to be conservative, more than 5,000 soldiers. Russian, they're not American soldiers, they're from Russia, they're from Ukraine, but they're people. They're human souls, and they're being killed at levels that we haven't seen since the Second World War. And it's every week. A lot of drone fighting. It's a whole new form of warfare, and it's violent and vicious. And so that's it. I'd like to go back to China just for a second. They're very heavy on the fentanyl. We're charging them, as you know, 20% for the fact that they send fentanyl into our country. And they've agreed that they're going to stop that. And, you know, they'll be rewarded by not having to pay, you know, hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. So the fentanyl should stop. It comes from China. It's amazing. And comes through our southern border, comes through our northern border too, comes through Canada, and comes through our southern border, much more through the southern border. But so that's a very important subject to me, because everybody in this room has lost friends or people that have family members that have died of fentanyl. So there's a big incentive for China to stop, and I take them at their word. They're going to work on that, I think, very hard. And one thing, when they work on something, they get it done. So now I'm about to depart on a historic visit. Some of you are going with us to, as I said, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and United Arab Emirates. Before I do, I'll sign one of the most consequential executive orders
Phil, come on,
in our country's
piece of
history. I don't
shit.
think there's ever been anything signed like this, certainly not with respect to healthcare, nothing even close. I'm delighted to be joined on this occasion by Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is doing a really good job, I have to tell you that. And CMS Administrator, a friend of mine, Dr. Mehmet Oz, who is an amazing guy. You know, I was telling Bobby before, Oz had a very successful show, but it hurt his reputation. Because when you're in show business, it hurts your reputation a little bit. It's good for you. It's good for you, but in terms of professionalism and being a doctor, it sort of hurts your reputation. This guy went to the best schools, was the best, I mean, top of the line. Then he did a television show, became a success, made a lot of money, all that stuff, but it sort of hurt him. And you know,
Trump says China has agreed to stop fentanyl.
Special woman. Jeanine Pirro.
Says
she was the toughest, smartest DA maybe in our countries,
take China at their
in
word.
our cities and states, history, New York. She was really tough, really sharp. Then she did a show, and people didn't think of her quite the same way. She became more of an entertainment person, like Oz. Oz is not an entertainer. He's not really an entertainer, if you know the real story. And she isn't either. She is unbelievable. She was one of the strongest district attorneys in the history of New York, highly respected, very tough, went after the drug dealers at a level that you don't see today anymore. And you know, hopefully she's given up a tremendous, she's leaving the #1 show on cable television, one of the #1 shows on television, period, The Five, but they've got great people left behind, but she was a big part of it. And so I equated to that. Jeanine Pirro is unbelievable. FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty Makary, with a reputation that's second to none, and the job he's doing already has been fantastic. Thank you, Marty. And Director of National Institute of Health, Jay Bhattacharya, who has been, as you know, from Stanford, so highly regarded, and have all been working with us very hard on this. And the question they would ask, being a little bit new to the government aspect of it, is why doesn't somebody fight the drug price situation, meaning equalization. There's a term, it's called equalization. Nobody wants to mention that term. And I'm not knocking the drug companies. I'm really more knocking the countries than the drug companies because they're forced to do things. But the drug lobby is the strongest lobby in this country, they say, the drug lobby. It's between that and lawyers. And they have a lot of power. But starting today, the United States will no longer subsidize the health care of foreign countries, which is what we were doing. We're subsidizing others' health care. Countries where they pay a small fraction of what, for the same drug, that what we pay many, many times more for. And we'll no longer tolerate profiteering and price gouging from Big Pharma. But again, it was really the countries that forced Big Pharma to do things that, frankly, I'm not sure they really felt comfortable doing. But they've gotten away with it, these countries. European Union has been brutal. And the drug companies actually told me stories. It was just brutal how they forced them. And European Union suing all our companies, Apple, Google, Meta. They're suing all of our companies. They end up, they have judges that are European Union-centric, and they get rewarded $15 billion, $17 billion, $20 billion, and they use that to run their operation.
GYRP.
Not going to happen anymore, that I can tell you. So what's been happening is we've been subsidizing other countries throughout the world, not just in Europe, throughout the world. European Union was the most difficult from what I understand.
GRYP.
I mean, I'll tell you a story. A friend of mine who's a business
Hold it up still.
man, very, very, very top guy. Most of you would have heard of him. A highly neurotic, brilliant businessman, seriously overweight, and he takes the fat shot drug. And he called me up, and he said, President, he calls me, he used to call me Donald, now he calls me President, so that's nice respect. But he's a rough guy, smart guy, very successful.
GLP-1 drugs, are those shots? I have no idea.
Know this, but because he's got comments. So, President, could I ask you a question? What? I'm in London, and I just paid for this damn fat drug I take. I said, it's not working. He said, I just paid $88. And in New York, I pay $1,300. What the hell is going on? He said, so I checked. And it's the same box, made in the same plant, by the same company. It's the identical pill that I buy in New York.
Yeah, that's shit.
And here I'm paying $88 in London. In New York, I'm paying $1,300. Now, this is a great businessman, but he's not familiar with this crazy situation that we have. But he was stunned. But it was just one of those stories. And I brought it up with the drug companies, represented by somebody who's very, very smart, good person too. And we argued about it for about half hour. And then finally he just said, because they can't justify it, he just said, look, you got me. You got me. I can no longer they've been justifying this crap for years. They said, oh, it's research and development. Well, I said, well, research and development, other countries should pay research and development too. It's for their benefit. It was just one of those things. And the other countries would set a price, and they'd meet the price, and they'd say, if you don't meet the price, you can't sell it in our country. I said, well, then you walk away, and they'll call you back, and they'll sell it in the country. But now they'll have to do that. So for the first time in many years, we'll slash the cost of prescription drugs, and we will bring fairness to America. Drug prices will come down by much more, really, if you think 59. If you think of a drug that is sometimes 10 times more
ticker
expensive,
TAOP, share seen a spike in activity, new highs, Tango Alpha, Oscar Papa.
Analyze it, but in one way you could analyze it that way. But between 59
on
and
KODK, circulations,
So,
Kodak.
when I worked so hard in the first term, and if I got prices down, I remember
Circulations,
I was the only
Kodak,
one to ever
what?
get
When's
prices
the
down
award
for
in
a
regards
full
to
year.
strategic
But I get
expansion
them
of its
down like 2%, and I
pharmaceutical
thought it was
business?
like a big deal. Well, we're getting them down 60, 70, 80, 90%.
Kodak and
But
Pharma.
actually more than that if you think about it in the way mathematically. And Pharma has to say, we're sorry, but we'll not be able to do this any longer to these countries that have been so tough. They've been very tough, nasty. It's trade. It's trade. And pharma is also very powerful. And the Democrats have protected pharma. The Democrats, just the Democrats have protected pharma. These are the Democrats. And by the way, I just called the Speaker of the House, and I just called the leader, our leader in the Senate, John Thune, Mike Johnson. Spoke to both of them. I said, when you score, you're going to have to score two things. You're going to have to, number one, score that hundreds of billions of dollars of tariff money is coming in.
Trump
But
lost
even
throwing
bigger than
Kodak?
that,
I
you're
don't
going to have
think
to
so.
score that your cost for Medicaid and Medicare.
I want to say I vaguely remember some with the COVID
pharmaceuticals and drugs
stuff.
is going down at a level
I don't
that
recall it,
nobody
though.
has ever seen before. It'll pay for the Golden Dome. I see the Golden Dome is there, see? That'll easily pay for the Golden Dome. And we'll have a lot of money left over. We need the Golden Dome, by the way.
What is
in
the
this
Golden
world.
Dome?
Although this world's a lot safer today than it was a week ago, and a lot safer than it was 6 months ago. We had people that had no clue what they were doing. So today, Americans spend 70% more for prescription drugs than we spent in the year 2000. Think of that.
Bullshit, Phil.
Our country
Gosh,
has the highest
I'm
drug
just getting
prices anywhere in the
dick
world. by
sideways on my fills
sometimes
today.
a factor of 5, 6, 7, 8 times. It's not like they're slightly higher. They're 6, 7, 8 times. There are even cases of 10 times higher. So that you go 10 times more expensive for the same drug, that's big numbers. Even though the United States is home to only 4% of the world's population, pharmaceutical companies make more than 2/3 of their profits in America. So think of that. With 4% of the population, the pharmaceutical companies make most of their money, most of their profits from America. That's not a good thing. Now, I think, by the way, pharmaceuticals, great respect for these companies and for the people that run them. I really do. And I think they did one of the greatest jobs in history for their company, convincing people for many years that this was a fair system. Nobody really understood why, but I figured it out. For years, pharmaceutical and drug companies have said that research and development costs were what they are, and for no reason whatsoever. They had to be borne by America alone. Not anymore, they don't. This means American patients were effectively subsidizing socialist healthcare systems in Germany, in all parts of the European Union. They were the toughest of all. They were nasty. And I see that. I see that with trade, too. European
Just
Union
getting shit on, man.
is in many ways nastier than China. Okay? And we
China.
just started with them. Oh, they'll come down a lot. You watch. We have all the cards. They treated us very unfairly. They sell us 13 million cars. We sell them none. They sell us their agricultural products. We sell them virtually
KSM
none.
API production. There's
They
gonna
don't
be
take
some-
our products. That gives us all the cards. And very unfair. So they're going to have to pay more for health care, and we're going to
I
have to
think
pay
Bone
less.
Shot
That's all
Kodak.
it
I have
is.
no idea what Kodak
Believe it or
does in
not,
the
you know, because it's
pharmaceutical.
really
I
the
mean,
world we're
they're still a
talking about, not
freaking
just the
camera
European
company,
Union.
film company to
But
me.
because
I
it's the
know
world, the
nothing about
numbers
them.
are,
I didn't even know they
the
were
numbers are
dabbling in pharma. Maybe
the
I did
healthcare
at one
company,
point,
not
but
as bad as
forgot.
you would think. They'll make the same. I think the healthcare companies should make pretty much the same money. I really don't believe they should be affected very much because it's just a redistribution of wealth. It's a redistribution where it could be the same top line, but it's going to be distributed differently. Europe's going to have to pay a little bit more. The rest of the world's going to have to pay a little bit more, and America's going to pay a lot less. Again, because it's a much smaller population than when you think of the whole world. So basically what we're doing is equalizing. There's a new word that I came up with, which I think is probably the best word. We're going to equalize, where we're all going to pay the same. We're going to pay what Europe's going to pay. We're going to all pay. Now, there may be some countries in dire need, and I would be willing to sacrifice that.
KSM and
help them.
API production.
But it's called Most Favored Nation. We are going to pay
I
the
ride or
lowest
die
price
with
there is in the
MLDO.
world.
You plebs play
We
TSLA.
will get whoever is paying the lowest price. That's the price.
Hey,
we're
I'm
going
in
to
this
get.
still.
So remember that. So we're no longer paying 10
I'm
times
up $58
more
on it.
another country. Whoever is paying the lowest price, we will look at that price and we will say that's the price we're going to pay. Most favored nations, that's what it is. One breast cancer drug costs Americans over $16,000 per bottle, but the same drug from the same factory, manufactured by the same company, is 1/6 that price in Australia and 1/10 that price in Sweden. 1/10 for the identical product. A common asthma drug costs almost $500 here in America, but costs less than $40 in the United Kingdom. So $40 in the United Kingdom, which is where this gentleman told me he paid a small amount for his shot. But think of that. So $40 versus $500 here. That's not even bad. There are much worse examples. And the weight loss drug, Ozempic, costs 10 times more in the United States than in the rest of the developed world. 10 times more. Why? Why? What did we do? Suckers. But we never had a president that had the courage to do this. And nobody knew the system like I do. I mean, I've gotten to know this system so well. And I don't think it's fair that it benefits Obamacare. Obamacare is a failure. It's not a good health care. It works. I made it work. I had an obligation to make it work, or an obligation to let it die. I chose that we had to make it work. I had to make it as good as
Every
possible.
train I take is red this morning. It's insane.
I had a choice. I could have let it fail or make it as good as possible. As good as possible means it was still not very good, but it survived. And we did the right thing. But this makes everything work. And I don't want to have a bad form of health care work because of the fact I was able to cut drug prices by 80 or 90%. So we're going to maybe come up with something. I think this gives the Republicans a chance to actually do a health care that's much better than Obamacare and for less money, which if you guys would work on that along with Congress. But I do want to say that Democrats could have done
Pinterest
this a long
has a
time ago.
5.
They have
Very
fought
interesting
like hell
level
for
here.
the drug companies, and they knew they were doing the wrong thing. And it's going to be very hard. I was just telling the leader and the speaker that it's going to be very hard for the Democrats to vote against the one big, beautiful deal. The greatest tax cuts in history, greatest everything, but now you have the big drug prices because that's going to be included. It makes that whole situation different from a scoring standpoint. I just told them, I called them up about this. I said, I'm going to do something that's going to be very monumental, and you're going to be scoring. You better tell your people that this is going to score really well, and then add hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs to your list also. But as big as the tariffs are, this is something that really hits quickly. 5 years ago, I signed an executive order to confront this disaster, but only confront it in a minor way. It was a good confrontation, but never to this extent. It took people a little while to understand a very complicated system. But Joe Biden, without any knowledge of what he was doing, terminated the policy and then pretended to negotiate under a new system. And then you take a look, 5 out of the 10 drugs that he negotiated are now over 200% more expensive in America than the rest of the world, and far more expensive than when he even got involved. Much more expensive than when he got involved. Joe Biden's plan was as you know, because you know about it, you don't say it very loudly, but it was a very big failure, was his whole presidency. First, I'm directing the U.S. Trade Representatives and Department of Commerce to begin investigations into foreign nations that extort drug
Trump said
companies
Republicans can do
by
better than
blocking their
Obamacare. Drug
products unless
prices will
they
affect
accept bottom
budget
line
deal.
and very low dollar amounts for their product, unfairly shifting the cost burden onto American patients. And we'll be taking a look at that very strongly. The biggest thing we're going to do is we're going to tell those countries, like those represented by the European Union, that that game is up. Sorry. And if they want to get cute, then they don't have to sell cars into the United States anymore. It's a very big subject. And they won't get cute, because I'll defend the drug companies from that standpoint. They were given a price by the European unions and other countries. This is what you do. This is what we're going to pay. We're not going to pay any more.
Nick
Let
calling out
America
Pony.
pay the difference because there was a big shortfall. Let America pay
5:15.
it. And that's what we did, but we're not doing it anymore. Next, my administration will secure what we're calling most favored nations drug pricing. The principle is simple. Whatever the lowest price paid for a drug in other developed countries, that is the price that Americans will pay. And we're using the term other developed countries because there are some countries that need some additional help, and that's fine. I think that's very good. Some prescription drug and pharmaceutical prices will be reduced almost immediately by 50 to 80 to 90%. Big Pharma will either abide by this principle voluntarily or will use the power of the federal government to ensure that we are paying the same price as other countries.
TAOP Taoping
To
shares were
accelerate these
halted
price
at
restrictions
the
and
high 67
reductions, my
cents.
administration will also cut out the
Shares up
middlemen.
305%.
We're going to totally cut out the famous middlemen. Nobody knows who they are.
Company
Middlemen.
reported
I've
their
been hearing the
earnings
term
earlier.
for 25 years. Middlemen. I don't know who they are, but they're rich. That I can tell you. We're going to cut out the middlemen and facilitate the direct sale of drugs at the most favored nation price directly to the American citizen. So we're cutting out, Bobby, the middlemen.
Trump
it's so
said we'll
important.
cut out
Gotta do
middlemen in
that.
drug sales.
They're worse than
Freaking
the drug
UPXI. Are you
companies. They don't even
serious?
make a product, and they make a fortune.
Trump
It's
says
smart
we'll cut
business
out the
people. I can
middlemen
tell you, if
in
companies
drug
make no
sales.
significant
See the
progress
drop
toward
in
most favored nation
CVS.
pricing, which we will insist that they do. So I think I'm wasting time talking about it. We're going to insist upon it. And we'll insist, and we're going to help the drug companies with the other nations because those other nations do a lot of trading with us. They need our trade just like China needed us very badly. They need us
That's
just
CVS.
as badly.
Yeah.
We will
See ya.
do whatever we have to with trade, just like we did some great
Oh my
things with
gosh,
trade
Pony.
with
I mean,
India and
I
Pakistan.
touch something and it goes the wrong
We
way.
helped the situation, very heated situation. Could have lost millions of people, more than millions. I mean, many millions of people. And they want to do business with America.
What did he just
We
say?
never used our powers that way. We never knew how. We never had people that knew how to do that. We'll also open up America's market to safe and legal imports of affordable
Watch
drugs from other
CVS,
countries, putting dramatic
Walgreens.
downward pressure on prices.
Also
And
seeing weakness in
necessary, we'll
Humana,
investigate the drug
HUM,
companies
and
will, in
UNH,
particular,
following that
investigate the
CVS
countries
headline.
that
I
are
mean, the
doing
Trump
this, and
headline
we
that's
will add
affecting
it
these
onto
names,
the
saying that they will cut
price,
out the middlemen.
that we charge them for doing business in America. In other words, we'll add it on to tariffs if
How
they
is this
don't
not
do what
just
is
getting its
right,
teeth
which is
kicked in?
everybody should equalize. Everybody should say pay the same price. And special interests may not
Walmart
like
would
this
get hit
very
with that,
much,
too.
but the American people will. I am doing this for the American people. I'm doing this against the most powerful lobby in the world, probably the drug lobby, drug and pharmaceutical lobby. But it's one of the most important orders I think that's ever been signed, certainly with regard to health care or health in the history of our country, and it's an honor to be a part of it. And I'd like to ask
Ticker
Robert F. Kennedy to say a
CHSN.
few
Just
words,
seeing
please. Thank you.
heavy activity, new highs. Charlie Hotel, Sandy, November.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an extraordinary day. This is an issue that, I grew up in the Democratic Party, and every major Democratic leader for 20 years has been making this promise to the American people. This was the fulcrum of Bernie Sanders' runs for presidency, that he was going to eliminate this discrepancy between Europe and the United States. But as it turns out, none of them were doing it. It's one of these promises that politicians make to their constituents.
Trump said tariffs have,
knowing that they'll never have to do it. And the reason they'll never
Trump
have
said
to do it
we'll open up U.S. market to
is
safe
'cause
drug
they know
imports.
that
Tariffs have
Congress is
launched global
controlled
trade
in
wars.
so many ways by the pharmaceutical industry.
Will add on
There's
to
at least
tariffs if
one
countries don't
pharmaceutical
abide by drug
lobbyist for
policy.
Every congressman, every senator in Capitol Hill, and every member of the Supreme Court. By some estimates,
Roger that,
3.
cheese.
Pharmaceutical companies, the industry itself spends 3 times what the next largest lobbyist spends on lobbying. So this was an issue that people talked about, but nobody wanted to do anything because it was radioactive. They knew you couldn't get it by Congress. We now have a president who is a man of his word, who has the courage. President Trump was taking money from the pharmaceutical industry too. I think they gave you $100 million, but he can't be bought. unlike most of the politicians in this country. And he is standing here for the American people. I don't know what, there's writers like Lord Elizabeth Warren or Robert Reich who are saying that President Trump is on this side of the oligarchs.
Shares
There's
of
never been a
TAOP
president
Taoping resumed
more
trading,
willing
pulling back now off the
to
highs.
stand up to the oligarchs
TAOP.
than President Donald Trump. I'm very, very proud of you, Mr. President, for your courage. I'll say, because I don't want to be
Which is a
crude, your
CVS,
personal
Charlie Victor
fortitude,
Stanley shares selling off
your
new lows.
stiff
Of the-
spine,
Commentary out by
Well,
Feds
your-
Kugler
your willingness
says
to
trade
stand
policy
up
is
for the American
shifting,
people.
Policy and
but
will
still
have
likely
to
to
be
lead to
14%
higher
of the
prices
world's
and slower
population.
growth.
Our country represents 75%.
Continued commentary by
of the
Kugler
revenues for
says labor
pharmaceutical
market
companies.
conditions seem mostly
We spend in our
stable,
country $1,126
supported keeping rates stable
per
at current
capita
restrictive level.
on drugs. In Britain, they spend about 240. They spend 1/5 of what we do, and this is true across Europe. And the drug companies, Europeans, if you ask them, it made no sense what they were saying. America has to pay for this innovation, or it's not going to happen. What President Trump is saying to our European partners is you've got to raise the amount that you're paying for those drugs and pay for your share of the innovation. That the United States is no longer subsidizing that. If the Europeans raise
Why is there so much dick sucking? Because they want their jobs still.
20%. That is $10 trillion.
They want to keep their
That
jobs.
can be spent on innovation, and the health of all people all across the globe is going to increase because we're going to have better products. So I'm just so
It is a little
grateful to be
nauseating.
here today. I never thought that this would happen in my lifetime. I have a couple of kids who are Democrats, are big Bernie Sanders fans, and when I told them that this was going to happen, they had tears in their eyes because they thought this is never going to happen in our lifetime, and we finally have a president.
CI
who's willing to
Signature
stand up
selling
for the
off
American people.
right now, down about
Thank you.
7% at the
Dr.
lows. Following Donald
Secretary
Trump's
Kennedy.
mention of lowering
This
drug
is
prices.
the most powerful executive order on pharmacy pricing and healthcare ever in the history of our nation. And it's only happening because we have a president with the fortitude, the guts to stand up to the withering criticism and lobbying that's going to occur as soon as folks hear about the executive order. So on behalf of the child in Philadelphia who's got an autoimmune
Which is a
disease with
TWG,
$1,000
shares
a
seeing a
month
spike
drug,
in
or
activity,
the
new highs.
Shares of
older
CVS,
Tango Whiskey
off
Golf.
the lows
in Los
now, down
Angeles
about
who's on a
4.5%.
copay.
What is that?
I want to thank President Trump. God bless you for having the guts to take on this industry. Thank you, sir.
UNH United
So let's
Healthcare
talk about
shares
details a little bit.
off the
And
lows,
this is
378.77,
primarily
down
about
about
equalization, as
0.5% on
President Trump
United
said. It's about
Healthcare,
fairness.
UNH.
Think of NATO as a metaphor. When President Trump said, you've got to pay a little more, so it makes sense for all of us, they came up. And the European countries contributed. The same thing we believe will happen in this situation. Most people who have thought about this process
Finally, a green
agree
train.
that it is patently unfair to tolerate the numbers that Secretary Kennedy and President Trump have reflected to you. On this chart,
Patently?
to
Did
my
he just say
left
patently?
is a list of the 10 drugs that were negotiated in the IRA. Again, this is the bill, the law, that regulates a negotiation process. This is the best price that was able to be obtained by the Biden administration. And if you look at the numbers, they actually reflect how much on top of
Roger
the most
Cheese.
favored nation price was being paid by the United States. So the closest to me, and Bob, you can point to the Jardiance, the closest one, 289%, the one that's closest to you. That means that we are paying in America 4 times more than that drug costs in other countries. Again, 100% is the baseline. It's 289% above that baseline. It goes all the way down to when we're paying 50% more than any other country. That's the range. As was pointed out
Feds
by
Kugler,
President Trump, half the
said
time we're paying 3
trade
times
policy
more
shifting,
than paid in
but
other
still
countries. It doesn't
unlikely to
make
lead to
any
higher
sense
prices
for the
and slower
system.
growth.
That's
It has
stated.
become
President
hard to
Trump has
judge the
over and over
underlying
again
growth of the
indicated,
economy.
and Secretary Kennedy reflected
Progress on
as well. We
disinflation
want
has slowed.
innovation.
Labor
We
market
want our
conditions
technology
mostly
partners
Stable,
doing the best they can
Cochler,
to make the best
said
solutions for drugs to cure as many
she
people in
supported
America
keeping
and
rates
around
stable
the
at
world as
current
possible.
restrictive
By
level,
getting
Fed in a good
our
position
allies
to
to
deal with
pay a
changes in
bit
the
more,
macroeconomic
as
outlook.
they should be, and they should have for many years been doing, will course correct a problem that's gotten out of hand. And by doing that in a thoughtful, effective way, we're going to be able to get the pharmaceutical industry whole. Those jobs will still be here, will still be productive, will still be curing cancer and a slew of other ailments that plague humanity. America will still be the leader in this space, but we'll be paying the appropriate amount, the right-sized amount for those tasks. So over the next 30 days, the four of us up here, together with people standing in the back of this room who are doing a lot of the heavy lifting, are going to be approaching pharmaceutical companies to talk specifically about what we want the most favored nation price to be based on the best data we have. We're looking forward to a thoughtful interaction with these corporate leaders, many of whom we've spoken to and in quiet will agree the system is not right the way it is. They're patriotic Americans. They want what's right. But the fact that in my lifetime, as Secretary Kennedy said, for the first time, we have a thoughtful and aggressive approach
going lower there.
thanks to President
That's a
Trump
middleman
on
or
taking
play, right?
on the special interests, should give all
Bitcoin
Americans
future is
confidence
falling here.
that this is an administration that stands for fairness and should chill the waters for those who believe they can push us away from our North Star, which
Down
is to
about,
take care of the American people. Mr. President,
600
God bless.
now.
Jay, you want to go next?
So I teach economics at Stanford as well as health policy. And one thing that's really, really simple in economics is that when you have a persistent price difference for the same product between two countries, there is something deeply wrong. And what President Trump has done is a historic measure that should have been done a long time ago. What we're going to do is make sure that those prices become much closer to equal, like a competitive market you'd expect. Right now, what's happening is the
Bloomberg
American
reported
people are subsidizing
U.S. set to welcome EU proposal to cooperate in economic security.
The research and development efforts for drug companies around the world by the higher prices that we pay. With this new order, Europe will share the burden of that. And in fact, if you may think of it as like as somehow it's like
I don't know if
going
pharma
after drug
actually will
companies.
get destroyed
Actually,
on
it's
this.
helping drug companies.
Because
what we're also going to do with this order,
it's
what President
U.S.
Trump has done
getting
with this order is
an
he's
average
said to
price or whatever, the
European,
lowest price of
governments,
whatever country.
Look, if you are taking
So
advantage of the drug companies
if
by
the
forcing them
if
to
these pharma
charge
companies
very,
raise
very
the
low
prices,
we're going to defend
if they
American drug
can,
companies in Europe.
in those other countries,
At the
that
same
raises our
time,
baseline as
we're
well.
standing up
So
for the American consumer who's been paying far too high prices for far too long.
pharma could
That
come
go
out
back
break even on this.
decades
It's just the countries are going to be paying
congressional
differently.
Report after government report after government report.
If they can't raise, then yeah, pharma should get
much
hit.
higher than the rest of the
But maybe
world.
it's already
And
priced in.
nothing has been done about it
VMAR,
until this
Vision
moment.
Marine,
And I'm
tweeting
really, really proud,
this
President
year we're
Trump,
back
that you've,
bringing
done this.
more
I'm
power
really
than
proud
ever
to be included
before.
in this.
Something
Looking
is
forward to the
big as
work ahead.
cooking. Stay tuned. This is just the
Thank you,
beginning.
Mr.
That's from
President.
Vision
On behalf of the
Marine,
many
VMAR.
doctors I've talked to about this very issue, thank you for taking the bull by the horns. Presidents on both sides of the aisle have talked about this and floated it and said they've wanted to do it, so you've had the courage to do it. Thank you. I've been a surgical oncologist at Johns Hopkins for 22 years, and I have seen patients suffer. We didn't take an oath to heal patients and then watch their life get ruined financially with their home, mortgage, retirement, going down the drain with GoFundMe campaigns, raising money from church communities and synagogues and friends they haven't seen in 20 years to try to raise money for what? For a system where Americans have been getting ripped off by 10, 12, 15 times higher prices than we see in other countries. The fundamental problem in healthcare is that we've had non-competitive markets. And we can do little things around the edges, or we can transform those markets to competitive markets, and that's what this executive order does today. Imagine buying a Ford for $175,000, a regular car, and then hearing that people in London
Members,
are buying
traders
it
are
for
circulating a tweet out there
$10,000
by
every
Vision
day, all
Marine
day
Tech.
long. That is the craziness of this
Says this
system.
year we're back
We're gonna
bringing
do
more
everything
power
we
than
can
ever
at the
before.
FDA to
Something big is
support
cooking.
this
Stay
executive
tuned. This
order.
is just the
It's
beginning. Being
transformative. Thank you,
circulated
Mr. President.
via social media desks. That's on
So thank you very
VMAR.
much, everybody. It's I think it's a very important day in many ways. You have we'll start with the Houthis. We go to Pakistan and India. We go to what we did with China, the trade deal, and with UK. And by the way, many other deals are coming in very much. At a certain point, we'll just set the price because we know where we are. but we'll just set the price. But world trade is going to be terrific, and our country is going to be making a lot of money. Taxes are going to go down. Taxes are going to go down very, very substantially. But you look at all of the things that we've done, and now today I'm heading over. We'll see what we're going to do with respect to Iran. I think you have very good things happening there, too, by the way. I think can't have a nuclear weapon, but I think that they are talking intelligently. We're in the midst of talking to them, and they're right now acting very intelligent. We want Iran to be wealthy and wonderful and happy and great, but they can't have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. So I think they understand that I mean business, and they.
SOUN, Soundhound AI, popping here on volume. Sandy Oscar Uniform November, hitting the highs of the day.
Don't underestimate
SOUN.
Thursday in Turkey. President Erdogan is going to be a great host, and we are doing some work with him having to do with Syria, too, by the way. We're going to have to make a decision on the sanctions, which we may very well relieve. We may take them off of Syria because we want to give them a fresh start. But President Erdogan's asked me about that. Many people have asked me about that because the way we have them sanctioned, it doesn't really give them much of a start. So we want to see if we can help them out.
CBS
so we'll
almost
make
recover
that
all of this, huh?
determination. But I think you're going to have maybe a good meeting. You have the potential for a good meeting, that a meeting wasn't going to take place. I insisted that that meeting take place. And it is taking place. And I think you may have a good result out of the Thursday meeting in Turkey between Russia and Ukraine. And I believe the two leaders were going to
Lady, you called that GRYP drop. Jeez.
But I was thinking about actually
PLTR
flying over there. There's a
getting
possibility of it, I guess, if I think things can happen.
Price
but we got to get it
objective.
done. We got to save 5,000 lives a week. 5,000 lives is really more than that. It's worse than that. And when you see and you don't want to see it, but when you see the satellite photographs of the battlefield with arms and legs and heads all over the place, separated by 30 yards from bodies, doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. So we're working very hard to see if we can end that bloodbath. Okay, there shouldn't be too many questions. It's been covered pretty well.
Mr. President, thank you for taking questions. Two quick ones for you. Starting on trade. If a longer-term deal is not reached with China at the end of these 90 days, can the American people expect those tariffs to go back up to 145%?
No, but they would go up substantially higher. You know, at 145, you're really decoupling because nobody's going to buy. But they can go, they got very high because of additional tariffs I applied during the course because of fentanyl and other things. But no, but they'd go substantially higher.
And then on Qatar, Mr. President,
Trump said China tariffs will go up without a deal.
I'm confident that there will be a deal. On Qatar, has Qatar asked for anything in exchange for that $400 million luxury jumbo jet? And how can the American people be so sure that they will not in the future?
Trump says, think we will have a deal.
With the plane is that, you know, we're very disappointed that it's taking Boeing so long to build a new Air Force One. You know, we have an Air Force One that's 40 years old. And if you take a look at that compared to the new plane of the equivalent,
Trump said
stature
disappointed
at
it's
the time,
taken Boeing so long to build a new Air Force One. That's BA Boeing.
Arab countries and the planes they have parked alongside of the United States of America.
Oh, that's why Qatar.
Like from a different
on BA Boeing, Trump says
it's
disappointed.
Might be more than 40
it's
years
taking
old
Boeing so long to build a new Air Force.
When I first came in, I signed an order.
Force One.
I took it over from
VVPR coming up to a
Obama
daily level at
administration.
474. That's
Originally
interesting.
agreed. I got the price down much lower. And then when the election didn't exactly work out the way that it should have, a lot of work was not done on the plane because a lot of people didn't know. They made change orders that were so stupid, so ridiculous. And it ended up being a total mess, a real mess. And when I came back, I said, by the way, what's going on with the Boeings that are coming in? Well, sir, they're way behind. And they are. They're way behind. They were way behind. Another mess that I inherited from Biden. And it's going to be a while before we get them. And I think Qatar, who has really, we've helped them a lot over the years in terms of security and safety. I think they, and very, very nicely, and I have a lot of respect for the leadership and for the leader, Qatar. And I think they knew about it because they buy Boeings. They buy a lot of Boeings. And they knew about it. And they said we would like to do something, and if we can get a 747 as a contribution to our Defense Department to use during a couple of years.
No, there's a CoreWeave CRWV. Sure, seen a spike in activity, new highs. CoreWeave.
Nice gesture. Now, I could be a stupid person and say, "Oh no, we don't want a free plane. We give free things out. We'll take one too," and it helps us out because again, we're talking about we have 40-year-old aircraft. The money we spend, the maintenance we spend on those planes to keep them tippy top, is astronomical. You wouldn't even believe it. So I think it's a great gesture from Qatar. I appreciate it very much. I would never be one to turn down that kind of an offer. I mean, I could be a stupid person and say, no, we don't want a free, very expensive airplane.
SOUN, SoundHound AI, more highs now up about 20%.
And I think it was a gesture because of the fact that we have helped and continue to. We will continue to. All of those countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE.
So what country is going to be the next one to gift the man?
If it wasn't for us, they probably wouldn't
gift the
exist
United
right
States
now.
something. The
And I
Pope.
think this was just a gesture of good faith. And I don't get it. Someday it'll be like Ronald Reagan. They decommission them. You know, they get to a certain age, they decommission them. It'll go to my library. They're talking about going to my library in years out. But I thought it was a great gesture.
Have a plane
And it's
parked
something
out
that
of
was
his
done by Ronald
library.
Reagan. They actually decommissioned the plane and he put it in his library. And it actually has made the library, I think a Boeing 707, it's actually made the library more successful. So it was good.
Do you plan to use the plane after you leave office?
No, I don't. No, it would go directly to the library after I leave office.
President.
I wouldn't be using it. No.
Mr. President, on the hostage, you said that the release of the American hostage. and
Reclaim?
the services
Yeah.
in good
Yeah, we're going to
faith
juice here. We're going to
to
get
end this
rejected
war.
here.
Do you expect any progress, perhaps announcement on ceasefire during your trip to the Middle East?
We hope that we're going to have other hostages released too, as you know. So when I met with the hostages 3 weeks ago that were there for quite a while, you remember the 10 people that came in, mostly young people. 1 or 2 were a little bit older. They were explaining the trials and tribulations. I mean, they went through hell. And I said, how many are there? They said 59. I said, that's a lot. I didn't realize, because we got a lot out. You know, we got a lot of hostages out, I think you will acknowledge. They said 59, but then they said, they followed that up by saying 59, of which 24 are living, the rest are dead. But the people whose son, mostly son, I think one
DJ
daughter
team moving back
in this
up.
case, but mostly sons are
Yoap tap
there, or
here.
husbands are there. Those people want the dead bodies as much as they want the live body. I have a mother that calls me, but came up to me when I first met her, and she said, "Sir, please get my son out.
CoreWeave, 1 minute.
He's dead, but they have his body." And I asked her about that, and it's as though he were alive. The level of wanting that body back is the same. It couldn't be any more, as though he were alive. So, getting the bodies back is very important. That could be a thing having to do with the religion. It could be same. I was amazed at the level of importance. It's the same as if the son or husband or whatever was alive. So they said 59. In fact, they came in with a number 59 written out on like a sign on their chest. They came to thank me for getting them out. And I said, what does the 59 mean? They said, well, that means there are 59 people. But then they said, but 24 are living. Now it's 21. The number's 21. So now it's actually, we'll get Etan today. We think we're getting him today. So it's 20. So they have 20 live hostages there. The rest are dead bodies.
Mr. President, are you open to negotiating your tariffs on cars, steel, and aluminum with China or any other country?
Well, we're not even talking about that. We're bringing the car business back into this country. We have commitments, and not only commitments, they've already started construction on many plants.
Damn it, Soils. I looked up to read your message
Mexico
and I missed
in
my
a few
trade.
cases. In a few
I
cases,
blame
they've
you.
left Canada. They're
Track
not going to
Force
build in Canada.
One.
They're going to build here because we have the market.
don't know.
And the tariffs have been amazing. The election and the tariffs. November 5th was a big day, and on top of that, of course, you wouldn't have the tariffs without the election, I guess, if you look at it. But we have at least 11 committed massive car factories that are going to be built, that are in the process of being built. and some are going. Some have actually started. We also have renovations of existing factories where they weren't utilizing the full factory from years gone by, and now they're under full renovation. They'll be opening up full factories in a very short period of time. Our car industry is, I think we're going to have the #1 industry. You know, if you look at
still
Japan
Reddit
and
though.
these others, they do tremendously with cars, and they can do that too. But you know, if they want to sell cars in the United States, they're going to have to build factories in the United States, because I'm interested in cars for the United States. Now, one other thing is, in our tax bill, we're giving not only no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, but also we're going to get a deduction for people that borrow money to buy a car if it's made in America. If it's not, we have no interest.
After meeting with between President Putin as well as President Zelensky, if President Putin doesn't show up to these talks in person in Turkey, will you join Europe in putting higher sanctions on Russia?
If I felt it would be important toward getting the deal done, I'm the one that insisted on the meeting. They couldn't get a meeting because one said ceasefire, one said no ceasefire, was going back and forth. I said, look, at this point, we got to stop it. Just go to the meeting. The meeting's been set. Go to the meeting on Thursday. And if I thought it would be helpful, I don't know where I'm going to be at that particular point. I'll be someplace in the Middle East, but I would fly there if I thought it would be helpful. Yeah, please.
Back to refugees. I want to ask you about South African refugees. Dozens of Afrikaners who claim discrimination in their home country are heading to the United States,
Right.
where your administration is going to welcome them as refugees. Now, this comes as you've halted virtually all refugee admissions for people fleeing famine and war from countries like Sudan and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Why are you creating an expedited path into the country for Afrikaners but not others?
Because they're being killed, and we don't want to see people be killed. Now, South Africa leadership is coming to see me, I understand, sometime next week. And, you know, we're supposed to have I guess a G20 meeting there or something, but we're having a G20 meeting. I don't know how we can go unless that situation's taken care of, but it's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to write about, but it's a terrible thing that's taking place, and farmers are being killed. They happen to be white, but whether they're white or black makes no difference to me, but white farmers are being brutally killed, and their land is being confiscated.
Hobo, let's
in
go
South
29.
Africa. And the newspapers and the media, television media doesn't even talk about it. If it were the other way around, they'd talk about it. That would be the only story they'd talk about. And I don't care who they are. I don't care about their race, their color. I don't care about their height, their weight. I don't care about anything. I just know that what's happening is terrible. I have people that live in South Africa. They say it's a terrible situation taking place. So we've essentially extended citizenship to those people to escape from that violence and come here. Yeah. Please.
Mr. President, thank you. Are you letting China off the hook for these 90 days, and do you really believe that they will follow through with non-tariff barriers and remove those?
Non-monetary tariffs, yeah. Yeah, I think they're going to follow through. I think they want it very badly. I think they want the deal very badly. Again, this doesn't include the steel tariffs that I put on a long time ago that Biden tried to get off, but he couldn't get them off because it was too much money. You know, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China, what a lot of people don't know, but we put on the tariffs originally. And if I didn't do that, we wouldn't have a steel industry today. Now we have a thriving steel industry. It'll be thriving much more with what we're doing because this is the next level. But it doesn't include that, doesn't include cars, doesn't include pharmaceuticals when we do that. And the reason we're doing that will be to get them to come back in the country. You know, there are, again, I always say it because a lot of people forget, but if a company like Eli Lilly, which is making a massive investment in the United States right now. They're building many plants. They've already started like 7 of them.
Damn right.
Many plants, but they are
Let's go, buddy.
not going to be
Disputed.
There's no tariff
33
cost.
months.
So they're all doing that. They're all coming back to the United States. I mean, I'll tell you what, I hope I get the benefit of watching this because, as president, because, you know, it takes a little while to do this stuff. And we're doing it early in the administration. If you think of it, we have, I believe, if you look at the real total, it's over $10 trillion committed for plants and factories. Other administrations haven't had $1 trillion over a 4-year period, even over an 8-year period. We have over $10 trillion committed in one form or the other over 2 months. Give me a break. I'm here to hear 3, but let's give me a break on the first month. We want to get acclimated. But, but if you think about it, it's really 2 months. And so in 2 months, we have an investment already of over $10 trillion. And other presidents haven't had that done over a year, over 4 years in some cases. It's unprecedented. There's never been anything like it. It's a very exciting time in America. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Mr. President, are you ready to impose sanctions on Russia if Putin doesn't agree with the 30-day ceasefire?
I have a feeling they're going to agree. I do. I have a feeling.
And we see other countries, no European countries, involved, Mr. President, in the negotiations.
The budget bill negotiations are taking place. Who in your administration is in charge of that while you're gone? Is it
Everybody.
JD Vance,
Bobby, from the standpoint of medical, this group behind me, I mean, I think it's the best group ever assembled. In terms of medical, I think you're going to see a tremendous
Trump
cut.
said,
I don't think.
believes that
you're
Russia
gonna
will
see
agree
it
to a
in,
30-day ceasefire.
Medicaid
cooking.
and Medicare. That cut will be massive because drugs are 50-60% of the cost. So Medicaid costs are going down and Medicare costs are going down because of what we're doing today. And there's no, it's not like, oh, gee, well, maybe it won't happen. It's going to happen because the other countries have no choice. Now, the drug companies are going to have to say, listen, if you don't pay more, we're not going to give you the drug, and they're willing to do that. So that's it. They have to, we have to equalize.
Shares of Lilly at the highs now, up about $12. Limi Yankee, LOY.
It's not price control. No. What was price control is before. If you want to talk about price control, is what they were doing. They were making us pay. They set a price, and they said, here's what we're going to pay, and anything else charge America. Because at that time, they had a very stupid president, and it really went crazy during the last 4 years. And remember this, the Democrats are the ones that allowed this to happen. They were the ones that were the protector of this pricing system. And I think it's going to be very hard. You'll have to ask Democrats, are they going to vote against the one great, big, beautiful deal that's being negotiated now, tax cuts, et cetera, when now on top of the tax cuts and regulation cuts, all the things, now you're going to say that the price of your medicine is going down by 60, 70, 80%. You're going to vote against it? I think a lot of Democrats are going to be forced to do something that their leaders are going to beg them not to do, and that's vote for the bill. I don't see how they can vote against it. How can they vote against it when drug prices, drugs and pharmaceuticals are going to be down 70, 80%? It's going to be very interesting.
Mr. President, what do you say to people who view that luxury jet as a personal gift to you? Why not leave it behind?
Your ABC fake news, right?
Why not?
Only
Trump
ABC,
signing the executive order on drug prices.
Let me tell you, you should be embarrassed asking that question. They're giving us a free jet. I could say, no, don't give us, I want to pay you $1 billion or 400 million or whatever it is. Or I could say, thank you very much. You know, there was an old golfer named Sam Snead. Did you ever hear of him? He won 82 tournaments. He was a great golfer. And he had a motto, when they give you a putt, you say, thank you very much. You pick up your ball and you walk to the next hole. A lot of people are stupid. They say, no, I insist on putting it. Then they putt it and they miss it. And their partner gets angry at them. You know what? Remember that, Sam Snead. When they give you a putt, you pick it up and you walk to the next hole and you say, thank you very much.
Respectfully, sir, as a businessman, some people may look at this and say, have you ever been given a gift worth millions of dollars and then not received anything?
It's not a gift to me, it's a gift to the Department of Defense. And you should know better, because you've been embarrassed enough, and so has your network. Your network is a disaster. ABC is a disaster. Here is the bill. Bobby, come on over here. Now you're talking about trillions and trillions of dollars. Thank you very much, everybody.
It's so funny when he goes after the individual networks. It just looks him right in the eye. Is that it? Is he leaving? All right. Well, we got that CVS trade out of that. That was nice. Every time he opens his freaking mouth, man, some stock is moving. Freaking love it. would I be able to talk anymore? What are we talking about? Why are you dragging me into this? Seven. $5 minute. Come on. There it is. Go get that 20. Hello. Hello. Can't type. Top W's moving. PST Jason. V8 break. Oh. Okay. Taking it out. Okay. Him's got some price compression. Hymns, maybe a 5-minute. Top G. Yeah, I saw that this morning. Video still hasn't gone high a day. I bet you that does go high a day. Just like Lily. CISO daily. Jeez. I mean, you're coming up to resistance. I don't know what's caused this. So does that cause mean you're going to break this area? I'm not sure. Your area. Damn, 57.8. Business to buyer marketplace platform, buyer to business, whatever. TAOP come back up. Oh, bullshit, Phil. Hopefully I get a little juice out of it. It needs to get over 87. Oh. Oh. Yeah, 96? Robbery. Jeez. Him still has a squeeze. You can see it here on my squeeze indicator. Glowing yellow momentum bars are towards the long position. So that doesn't, I mean, just because it's a squeeze doesn't mean it's going to go up. But right now I would say the bulls have just took that long there. Feel me. Oh, there we go. There we go. I wonder if Hims goes high a day with all the other guys going high a day. Look at that volume. Damn. Take some cashing in. We did have a cooling of the dots. They're down to red now. More dots. More dots. Decent exits on the rest. It looks like it's going to pull back. Now stop dots. Stop dots. It's a great clip. We might have to watch that. More dots. One's in chat if you have no idea what I'm referring to. Jeez. Holy shit. This must be juice. Do they deal in the drug industry? Being a B2B company here? Damn. Jeez. What B2B is? What are you referring to? Or are you talking about dots? Of course I know what more dots is. We're going to watch it right now. This is not... So it's World of Warcraft, but this is actually funnier. The animated part.
Odd groups go to left, even groups go to right. That means 1, 3, 5, 7 left, 2, 4, 6, 8 right. 7 and 8 are whelp groups. Okay, listen the fuck up. You are going to DPS very, very slowly.
Listen to his music.
Now. And by slowly, I mean fucking slow. If you get aggro, it means you're going to lose 50 DKP because you didn't know what the fuck to do.
SNEX, don't
And watch the fucking K. You get kicked into the whelps, you lose 50 DKP again for not being where the fuck you were supposed to be. There is no aggro reset. You only need... There's some shit about an aggro reset when people don't know how to manage their aggro. After 2 Sunders, you can basically start doing damage to it, assuming you know how aggro works and you don't over-aggro. Okay, nuke it, dot it, help the whelp groups. When it's in phase 2,
a system
nuke it as hard
based
as
on
possible.
how to
You want to get it down as
get
fast
loot
as possible.
at the end of these things.
Have dots up on every
Think of it like a
time.
currency almost.
2 rows, Shadow Word Paints, Warlock Curses, Rends, everything. I don't see enough dots. More dots now.
Did I play? Hell yeah.
Come on, more DPS. Hit it like you mean it. You'll get time to rest in phase 3 while I'm getting the aggro. Remember, save all your aggro reducing abilities for when it lands.
I love
that
the
means
music.
Feign Death, Vanish, fucking Fade, anything that you can use to reset aggro. At 40%, you will stop dots. Until then, you will throw more dots. Throw more dots, more dots, more dots.
Dots
Come
means
on, more
damage
dots.
over time.
Okay, stop dots. Now hit it very hard and very fast. Lee, run to the center. Mogris, run to the center. Forsyth, run to the center. Sarp, run to the center. Isis, run to the center. Whatever the fuck you do not stand next to other people. Mogris, center. Just heal me. Lee, do not go away from the head, Lee. Go away. Okay, DPS, slowly. Come here, you fucking cunt. Touch the tail. Well,
Crush him was fair than turret.
who the fuck was that? Crush him? What the fuck? Whelps, left side, even side, many whelps. Now handle it. Fuck! That's a fucking 50 DKP minus. What the fuck was that shit? If you stand in the right fucking place, there is no way you are going to fucking get into the goddamn whelps, whatever fucking fear, tail swipe, whatever the fuck. Okay? It's like 1 in a fucking million. From the fucking north corner to the middle into the fucking whelp cave, it's not even fucking remotely imaginable.
If you've never played World of Warcraft, you don't understand how frustrating. You feel his pain. Because it's like the most easiest of games to play. It really is. And the bosses are not difficult. It's like, oh, this area is going to get hit with damage. Maybe I shouldn't move from there. Or maybe I should move from there. Yet, some idiots, because you're dealing with raids of 10 or 25 or whatever it is now. I don't even know what the raids are now. Some idiots just routinely screw up the most basic movements. And then you got some jackass that's just trying to hit. He's trying to be on top of the damage meter because everybody can see who's doing the most damage. So some asshole is just trying to do as much damage and soaking up all the heals from his healers as possible so he doesn't have to move, so he can just pump out damage and be on top of the leaderboard. Meanwhile, he's the reason why you're completely wiping every single time over and over again. And the other half of your raid's probably high on something while they're playing. It was 40-man raids when internet connection or not exactly stable. Is that Anixia? That was, I guess, 40, wasn't it? I didn't play during the 40-man era. I think Wrath was my first seat, or the one right before it. I think I started playing right before Wrath, and then Wrath came out. And then, what is it, Cataclysm that came after Wrath? It was so frustrating. I was so sick of... What was it? Was it Cataclysm? Yeah. So I played Cataclysm, and I was so frustrated with the idiots on my... And I was in a high-level guild on my server. So we weren't, like, full of complete morons. But I was just so sick of it. Of having to deal with the wipes. And they finally beat... I don't even know what dragon it was. Some... whatever. I took my loot, I quit, and I never turned back. I just signed off, didn't say nothing. I was probably playing with these same people for 2 years, maybe. I don't know. Signed off, never turned it back on. So done. So done. I mean, you're talking like 3 weeks trying to beat this one boss. And all the complications that go in with it. Disconnections, people being idiots. Ah. Ventrilo days. I can't remember what we used. I think it was Vent. Raids now scale. So what's the max you can have in there? Is there a max? Surely there's a max. I was gonna say if I didn't get that fill. All right. Good trade there. Can you explain the bag and Diddy? Huh? Talking about Macron's cocaine bag? I don't know what you're talking about, Diddy. Crunked up Saturday night, invited him to the field this week to put in watermelon trials. He politely declined. Oh my god. Damn, this thing can move. You ever tried Coke? No. Jeez. I haven't even had a cigarette. What kind of trader are you? I don't know. Something about killing your body really turned me off. It's gonna go here. It just feels heavier, but it's still moving decently. Doing what? I don't know. Did you hear that guy? He was freaking having a rave while he was being raid leader. Mbot Daily Cock. M's coming back up. I've always wanted to get back into WoW. I did have, I do enjoy the RPG or MMO or whatever you want to call it genre. And it was a good one. It's just dealing with people. I've never played it on good internet, So I wonder during the good internet era that we're in now. So I wonder if it's as bad. Come get worked over.
No, ticker DUO. Sure, seen a spike in activity, new highs. Delta uniform, Oscar.
Waffle bag color. What the hell? What are you talking about, Cheese? Jeez, you're about 24 hours too slow on this one. Cheese is DMing me about teabagging with Activision saying you can't do it anymore. Good luck. Which is some horse shit. Teabagging or diddying? What is diddying? It's way better. It's way better in no SJ because we have way better PCs than we did years ago as kids growing up. Ash's creation have not. Is that the one that Pirate Software talks about, or has been the talk about how it's like takes you hours to get across the map, maybe days even? Diddying? What the hell is that? Why is Key getting some juice? You know what I keep thinking about? Why don't freaking politicians make it illegal to hack games? I don't know a single gamer that would be against that. Like for the cheaters, you know what I mean? Like, why can't we just make it illegal? Like fines and shit. I don't necessarily want to see anybody going to jail, but hell, fine their asses. Hell yeah. Prison time. What are you in for? Freaking aimbot.
SJ claiming he hasn't done drugs? Has he looked in the mirror? Who's he think he's fooling? That long hair, baby eyes, soft hands, bros.
Oh my gosh. Ah, this freaking parrot. Large streamers are cucked. Well, I don't think Amazon makes money on Twitch. Or they might be now. They've made a lot of changes. PXI's curling back up. Spreads suck. YHC? I don't know what that is. Oh, you mean the ticker? You're talking about a game. Yeah, it's pretty typical, man. What we're seeing recently. MLGO. Lady, I sold mine. You're welcome. I sold mine right here. Lady, you don't get to talk. You were like down 30 or $3 a share or $2 a share. You can't say how many times you average down. There's nothing pretty about this. Congrats on your win. But you're still not green. You said you had to be at $3. 20,000 shares you had? Holy jeez. You are a degenerate, and I hope you never leave us. Wow, that popped up. Top W still creeping. This is one I really don't want to trade, but I might have to. Crazy moves here. INHD 5-minute. Are you serious, UPXI?
The ticker Carvana CVNA. Josh Brown is out with a new long idea, Carvana.
CVNA Carvana, Josh Brown. Let's try it. Let's try it, Josh Brown. No way. Yikes, it's getting lower. I don't think the people who watch Josh Brown are going to be happy with the $273 stock, though. I don't think they take this play. Yeah. INH coming back up. About to retire. Did you get green? No, I'm still red. future liquidations? Really? Carvana the 14s? Oh, yeah. For real. I remember that. It's nuts what that thing has done. And halt down. CVS creeping back to the lows. GPS, huh? Pony kind of breaking out of consolidation a little bit here. Trying to. I don't think Hindenburg, I think they closed up everything and just, yeah.
Too bad today's video isn't sponsored by Crucial, because we're going to be talking about how
It's Jay's 2 cents, everybody. SAIH, what are you doing? VIX starting to roll back over. Gonna start moving up again. No, I didn't see that calculus. Compound video with Muddy Waters. That was recent. The soul of a short seller. That's the Muddy Waters guy. Hot damn, we're watching that.
Walk around interest rates because the 2-year is screaming today. Did that come up
I
at all?
don't even think interest rates came up. The big thing going on the show today is, like, if we're in the foothills of a recession, why is earnings growth still posting 12% growth year over year? Like, how defensive are the largest cap companies in the country? Because the tech companies now look more like consumer staples. Like, honestly, who's pulling the plug on their Netflix?
And that's where the growth is coming
even
from.
Even if they lose their job, who's like really can't?
I gotta peep. I want to see this. Never heard from ours before. Got more beef jerky cheese. Got more of it.
Canceling, and if they cancel, do they go from premium tier to ad-supported tier? Because that's even better for Netflix, a more profitable consumer. So if the S&P is increasingly looking like the biggest companies that matter the most are actually defensive, it's a different mindset about what does it even mean to have an economic slowdown in terms of the stock market. So that's kind of the debate. And the obvious thing to say is, yeah, it's different this time. Just wait. Of course, right? And nobody wants to be the idiot saying, no, you don't understand. Apple's a consumer staple. It's not consumer electronics. Therefore, the recession won't hit the stock market. Of course it will. But that's like the big debate people are having. Do you think like big picture kind of stuff, or you worry less about that?
No, I mean, when we're thematic, it's usually just in the rearview mirror. When we say like, oh, wow, we did a bunch of, fake ESG company type shorts, or even some that would be deemed real ESG companies, but are actually pretty horrible companies. So no, we don't usually think along those lines. Now, that said,
it affects your output though. Like it affects the results.
Well, I mean, what I worry more about are flows and technical factors. Stuff in the S&P, I mean, the S&P is driven by the largest names in the index. And the way I look at it now is that the fundamentals matter more and more just on the margins as opposed to the flows. So if you get a lot of, and the main drivers of the flows are 401k plans, or 401k
relentlessly so.
Right.
Every 2 weeks.
Right. But if you get a situation in which there's increasing unemployment and the flows became net negative, then you would see all of this go in reverse.
Yes.
So, that's, I mean,
we say all of what go in reverse? The flows never go in reverse.
Well, but if you had net redemptions from 401ks, because people, I know I'm not waiting around for that day, but that's the point that I make to people when, I get asked.
1 minute on INHD.
If I go on TV and the host is not well prepared and they're like, oh, what do you think of NVIDIA? Doesn't it seem expensive? It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, don't you understand? It's about the flows. The flows will keep coming. Oh, well, what'll change that? When people have to redeem from the 401ks.
Please close out question number 6.
No, but wait a minute. Hold on. But Carson, so I still believe that earnings drive companies. I would imagine that you believe that to a certain extent.
It depends on the company. I mean, if it's a major part of a major index, then less so.
All right. Okay. So for the last 3 years, I don't have the exact data, but I was just looking at this because it surprised the shit out of me. Over the last 3 years, there are a lot of companies in the S&P 500 that are down 30% or more. A lot. And they're generally companies that have not performed. Like the businesses are not performing, and therefore the stocks are not performing either.
Okay. So, well, but the thing is, you have fewer and fewer people out there taking fundamental views,
no doubt,
on these stocks. That's part of the problem. You've had this big rotation from active management to passive management. And one of the main drivers, in addition to index flows, is also companies buying back their own stock. So if a company is cash flowing, that marginal buyer of stock, then it's not going to be the fundamental fund manager that's trawling the mid-cap universe looking for the stuff that's unloved. It's going to be the company itself. So to the extent that company cash flows equal share buybacks and inflows into the stocks, then yes, there's a link to fundamental performance. But I just think so much of this, the U.S. markets now are.
I'm with you, Hilo. No, I'm red right now.
The two worst
Mag
7 names this year, Apple and Tesla. Apple's doing a record-setting $100 billion buyback, and it still manages to so substantially underperform Microsoft that the two charts overlaid look unrecognizable. So if we're saying it's buybacks and it's indexes, why isn't Apple doing as well as Microsoft? I think the answer is because the fundamentals aren't as good right now.
It's not growing.
Well, so
it's not growing, and Microsoft is.
So without seeing a chart, I mean, I'm guessing that there's a correlation to when we, went into Liberation Day land, right? In terms of
So the underperformance of Apple versus Microsoft definitely predated that, but it was probably caused by that. I would say. I'd say you're probably 80% right on that. But still, You would if it's mostly buybacks and indexing, the marginal dollar that's either coming from Apple's corporate coffers or the index buyer who's price insensitive, doesn't give a shit, it's not pushing Apple up the same way it's pushing Microsoft up. So I think there are still people doing that work and attempting it. Just less of them. Just less of them.
Yeah, no, there are some, but I mean, there's such a disconnect between, especially in when you look at valuations. I mean, the valuations. I don't sit there and think about like, oh, what should Nvidia trade at? But I mean, it's so hard to find these companies that are Mag 7 and say like, oh, wow, what a great value this is. So
I got one. Alphabet is selling it at 60% of the market multiple.
ASST curl and keep this on watch.
Is a Mag 7 on sale relative to its own price earnings history relative to the S&P for good reason, but it's there. Somebody wants to take the risk and buy Alphabet with search now falling, So
I mean, plus the concern about the recession coming and dent in advertising revenue. And
anyway, why are we talking about the Mag 7? You said
yeah,
it's the worst question.
That's definitely not my.
I guess what I'm trying to say is the flows are 100% probably pushing up multiples over the very long term. Like just CAPE ratio now versus its own history it's a higher multiple than ever. But inside of the index, even amongst the 10 biggest stocks, there's pretty big dispersion these days. In 2023, there wasn't.
Right.
Those stocks all went up every day for any reason. It didn't matter. Good news, bad news.
Let's start the show.
Ready to start the show?
Yep, let's get it going. 3 claps coming in.
Oh, my God, you guys. Episode is sponsored by Apex FinTech Solutions. The time to compete for next-gen clients is now. Like now. Transforming your business for the future might seem like something that you can push off, but by the time it is a problem, it may be too late. Sure, you could sit this one out, and your business will probably be fine tomorrow, but meanwhile, you are letting some new FinTech win a generation of loyal customers around you. Augmented advice from Apex gives you the power to be what the next generation wants on your terms. It's not a robo. It's a modern on-ramp to tailored advice using your brand, your personal touch, and Apex efficiency. Learn more at apexfintechsolutions.com/augmented. Welcome. It's kind of our host in the world. Carson, we're known for our modesty. It's kind of our whole shtick. I am so excited for today's guest. We've never talked before. Like, I think I've met you in passing, but we never had this conversation.
Not a long one. I think we spoke on the phone once, but yeah.
All right. I've admired you from afar, and I've always followed your stuff, and I'm not a short seller. Michael's not a short seller. We don't know how to do that. But
I shorted Amazon in 2011.
How'd that work out?
Pretty good.
All right. We don't know how to do that. But I'm friends with short sellers. Jim Chanos is a friend, and we've talked a lot about how much respect Michael and I have for Jim. And we look at you guys like just these people operating on the market in a way that's counter to what everyone else is doing. But I think you guys are part of the health of the overall ecosystem. When done correctly, short sellers will uncover things before journalists,
regulators,
way before regulators. And it's needed because if the executives of publicly traded companies have no fear that anyone's going to catch on to what they're doing, 5 years of that, you could imagine what our markets will turn into. So
you are a governor of bullshit. We need more short sellers.
Yeah. So I want to start with there. And where I want to go from just making that statement to you is to just give the listeners and the viewers a sense of like, how did you wind up becoming a dedicated short seller or an activist short seller? I'm not exactly sure how you couch what you do, but tell people like the origin story.
Yeah, sure. Well, if it's okay, I'd like to just explain a little bit about activist short selling.
I would love that.
You're doing okay.
And so where Jim and I differ, Jim will short companies for fundamental reasons, as well as if he thinks they're scammy. And actually, if you short a scammy company, whether it's a stock promotion, which is just on the right side of being legal or it's in the gray zone, or a fraud, it's actually really bad short unless and until somebody tells the world what's going on. So if you're a traditional short seller where you put some risk on and then you don't really talk about it, you actually want to stick to the fundamental space. So, at least the way Jim used to run his portfolio, there were 70 to 80 names in it at any given time. In a year in which the market screams, he expects to lose money on an absolute basis, but he's there selling alpha. Now, what we do as activist short sellers, most of us who are in this space, we're only able to really speak on 5 or 6 companies a year. And we're looking for companies that are scammy, whether they are stock promotions, they are frauds. They're doing something they shouldn't be doing, and the management is hiding the ball in some respect from investors. And so then we take short positions and we speak about them. So if you just say theoretically the universe of shortable companies were 100, what would fit into our category would be something, around like 5.
5%.
Yeah, I think 5% of what people would consider the shortable universe. And I'm just...
Are you making the case that in order to be a short seller of scams and frauds, you have to be an activist? Because if you don't speak up, then the thing can go on for way longer and it's not a real way to invest.
These days you do.
Okay.
You mentioned previously journalists and regulators. And the thing is, if the financial media still had investigative journalists, there are very few. What's happened obviously since the dawn of the internet is that newsroom budgets have been cut on a per employee basis. The people who knew how to do the work are expensive older employees. They're laid off.
No more Herb Greenbergs.
Yeah, no more Herb Greenbergs. And he even tried being an activist short seller for a little while. So
there were more reporters who were willing to run down something that looked fishy than there are today.
And it's really a problem at the publication level. Like, the publications don't make money off of your long form deep dive research anymore because everybody wants clickbait headlines, quick hits.
Yeah.
So they're not there. On the regulator side, a lot of people misunderstand what regulators do and don't do. And same is true of auditors, but regulators are not there proactively looking at the universe and saying like, oh, who seems like they're cheating. They wait for a blow up. As Jim puts it, they're financial archaeologists, basically.
So ticker CNEY, Charlie November, Echo Yankee, shares seen a spike in activity, new highs.
Regulators
CNEY.
do have a role.
That's a great.
I'd say they've had a very negative role to play in
That's good
what
juice now.
I've seen since the financial crisis.
Social media circulation
they made a
on the name
decision
CNEY.
post Enron. In the U.S. government, there was a feeling after Enron that the government response was too harsh. Especially with respect to Arthur Andersen.
Yeah.
And so they've basically treated a lot of the managements and the people around them with kid gloves ever since. And so you have this, the probability of getting caught now doing something you shouldn't do is lower than ever. The government generally has less appetite to litigate difficult cases that are in the gray zone. And the rewards, and this is the crazy thing. When I started doing activist short selling in 2010, the way I thought about it then is if you were able to scam $50 million out of investors, out of your company, like that puts you at the big boy table. Today, that's a laughably low number. Like you're still sitting with the kids at Thanksgiving dinner, right? Like the numbers, because of the inflation of asset values, the rewards are so great in absolute terms. So yeah, the incentives.
The rewards for cheating.
The rewards for cheating. So, I think in modern times, the rewards for cheating have never been greater and the probabilities of getting caught have never been lower. And you also have this entire market or investor class that's really anesthetized to risk and frankly doesn't care a lot of times.
I think. I was going to interrupt. This is the hallmark of a conversation with me. Is everything you say generates like 3 questions in my mind. They're anesthetized to risk because they're not taking as much single stock risk in the way prior generations of investors did. They're not living and dying in individual companies. They're buying baskets of stocks, and if one rotten apple is in the basket,
back these down.
It all comes out in the wash, and they end up okay. Versus somebody 20 years ago who had a portfolio of 20 individual stocks And if one of them was a fraud and went to zero, it would make a real impact on their brokerage account.
Well, look, that's part of it.
Yeah.
But I think the other factors are that, kind of amazingly, I'd say we've had 2 generations of professional investors enter the market since the GFC. So to them, what is risk? 2018, Fed decided to cut again. 2020, risk is opportunity for them. Like, oh, things are going to blow up. Balance sheets are too fragile.
Yeah.
Awesome. That means
Silicon
somebody's going
Valley
to come
Bank.
in.
All
Yeah,
right.
somebody's going to come in and bail everything out. Like, this is fantastic. And that's
True.
not the way markets should work. I
It's the
don't
way
think
they
it's the
work,
way the
though.
markets will work in perpetuity, but that's part of the reason why, on a single stock basis, if you're talking to investors about like, hey, I think this company has some issues here, I think management, no, don't talk to me. And like the people on the long side, you used to get compensated on the long side for caring about that, for caring about risk. After, I'd say 2013, they became the butt of everybody's joke. Like, oh, that guy's a value investor, ha ha ha. Like, so I think that that's the bigger issue, is that all of the emergency monetary policy that way outlasted the emergency and went into the next emergency, which led to even greater emergency monetary policy, I think that has anesthetized investors to risk. So even as an activist short seller, a lot of times, I felt that every year the bar to find stories, for lack of a better word, that people would care about got higher. It's like, yes, the market caps of the most dysfunctional companies got larger, but people just didn't care. And, we still face that situation.
So Elizabeth Holmes was unmasked by the Wall Street Journal. It's not a public company. They kind of get to it first before, because that was on an IPO track. From my perspective, I'm sure there's every bit as much fraud in the market as there always has been. Maybe there's more. It sounds like you think there's more.
Spreads now.
But like from my perspective, why even bother? Commit the fraud with private companies. Then you're just dealing with venture capitalists. That almost seems like the Wild West right now. And nobody can short those stocks because they don't trade on an exchange. You can't borrow them. But like from my perspective, it looks like it just seems like it would be way easier to commit fraud in that part of the world. And that part of the world is now trillions of dollars worth of non-public equities. So, I mean, what do you think about that idea?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't assume that there isn't rampant, fraud or misrepresentation.
Get out the break.
And
40 cent wide.
I had this discussion several years ago with somebody who was in a pretty high-profile litigation with Snap. He's actually a crypto god now, Anthony Pompliano.
Sure.
So I don't know if you remember that litigation. He'd come out of Facebook, and we were discussing how in the private markets, when these companies go to raise money. So obviously, the financials are irrelevant, right? Because they're nascent businesses. And so they're audited, but the auditors don't look at the user metrics. And so
auditors look at the money.
Well, but there's hardly, it's just like, oh, money hit the account and they spent it. So the key thing, I mean, when these companies raise money, it's based on their user metrics. And it turns out that very few to zero of the VC firms actually try to diligence these numbers. And the way that Anthony explained it to me, and when I've talked to a number of other people since, it made sense, is that it's like your typical software startup. It's a few people working the proverbial garage. Okay, you build this, you build that, and they kind of draw straws to see who has to build the user measurement systems.
Bullshit.
Like who gets the short end of the stick here. Oh shit, like
Nobody
I got
wants
that.
to do that.
Right, nobody wants to do that. It's not sexy. You don't put a lot of effort into it typically, so it's poorly done.
We buy
Raise
Halton?
money, user growth goes, starts to hockey stick. Nobody has updated the measurement systems. And so even if you intend to accurately represent your user metrics, it's really hard because you have a very poorly done system for it that got no love once you started to raise money.
Right.
Now, against that backdrop, you also have people who are willing to exaggerate or misrepresent or even outright lie. And it's very difficult, again, when you're talking about a system that's, kind of thrown together in the most efficient way possible, maybe not most efficient way, and in the laziest way possible, it's pretty difficult to contradict that.
Charlie Javis is going to jail. So she sold She sold a startup with fake user data to JP Morgan You would think JP Morgan, being one of the most sophisticated financial players on earth, would have like maybe done a little bit more due diligence before the fact, but whatever. They discovered after. They sent an email to all the users, and they looked at the response rate, which was effectively nothing, versus when they normally send marketing emails to other populations of email addresses, and they knew right away we bought a fraud. They convicted her. I think she's going away.
Yeah.
So
and I don't know that case in detail, but based on what I do know, I don't fault JP Morgan because that's hardcore fraud. Okay. From what I understand,
deliberate.
She went to somebody and said, hey, create a bunch of user profiles that look entirely random and look real. And so if you're JP Morgan and you're buying a business and you see that data and it looks real, yeah, I mean, you're going to assume that most people are not going to risk going to prison for this.
It's completely insane.
Yeah, it was a stupid
But
fraud.
Theranos, like Elizabeth Holmes at Theranos, seemed equally insane, pretending that you can detect medical issues with a blood sample when you know you can't. How? I guess the only thing you could say there that might have been like even a dose of sanity is she thought she could fake it until she made it. And eventually the technology.
Yeah.
But other than that, this is insane behavior.
So I was on spoke at an event a few years ago. One of the speakers was Alex Gibney, and he's the one who produced the documentary on Theranos, Bad Blood, that was based on the Kerry Rue book. And he also did The Smartest Guys in the Room. So he's done a number of financial fraud documentaries in the interim.
CVS near
And he
lower
had
day
what I
now.
thought was a really insightful comment, which is that the vast majority of people who end up committing fraud, like she did, like the Enron guys, it's not their goal at the outset. It's that they do something where it's a little bit over the line and, then they figure, okay, that's it. But it doesn't get better. And so then the next time they move a little bit further and a little bit further. It's very incremental. And before you know it, they're just, they're so far gone.
I mean, that's like the story of
from where they were.
FTX. I don't think Sam Bankman-Fried started FTX to commit a fraud.
I think that's Madoff. I think Madoff got away with it once, and then like over decades, the whole operation springs to life. But where it starts, I think, is not being embarrassed in front of your friends and family.
Right.
That's almost always the origin.
100%.
So Madoff cleaned out the North Shore Country Club. He cleaned out the temples, Florida and New York. He's bi-coastal, very talented. He cleaned all these people out who were his friends. I don't think at the outset it was like, let me rob my friends and family. It was, I can't admit to these people that last month might have been a bad month for my portfolio.
So I'll take the other side on Madoff.
Okay.
I think that guy was a hardcore psychopath.
Well, eventually.
The reason I think that is because this guy had a very successful trading business. He was a pioneer.
Yes.
This is not somebody who needed the accolades, the returns, or the money, frankly. So I put him in a different category of, because, especially in this business, I'm sure you've met people where you think, okay, that's a smart, talented person. They could have made money the legitimate way, but I think they just enjoyed stealing it too much.
Oh, that exists.
Yeah.
I've met people where I've gotten that feeling.
And that's, look, I never met Madoff, but I put him in that category.
Okay. So getting back to the area that you play, the publicly traded companies, when you talk about these scammy companies, these fraudulent companies, who is benefiting and at whose expense are they benefiting?
Sure. So it's almost always management. So, the CEO, the founders of the company, they have a ton of stock, and basically as the stock ramps, they're going to sell.
I cannot believe this.
And
BAOS.
so they're effectively taking money from the public investors. And the thing is, so if you go all the way back, and I did start paying attention to this in the 80s when there was that theory that came out of academia, like, hey, we need to align incentives between management and shareholders. So let's think about equity compensation. And in theory, that's great. And up to a certain amount of compensation, it makes sense. But the thing is, companies started hiring compensation consultants, or the boards did, and they're always saying, oh, no, you got to increase this guy's pay because, and since the board is always the CEO's buddies, you just got this arms race where everybody was giving their CEOs more and more stock comp. So you get to this situation where the incentives are completely misaligned because you can
I'm getting my
throttle a
teeth
company.
kicked in
You
this
can make things
today.
look
There's,
good
I'm
while
with you.
mortgaging the future of the company. You can play that game for 2 or 3 years, get a lot of stock comp, sell it, and then when things blow up, you're fine. And one of the biggest mistakes investors always make in that situation is like, oh, gee, he still owns, blah million shares. It's like, yeah, but when you've taken $250 million off the table already, like that's the idea.
The
like,
compensation
that's the game.
committees are a cartel too. Like these numbers don't materialize out of nowhere, or maybe they do. But the reason why they actually get paid is because the CEO down the block at a rival company is getting the same thing.
Right.
It's not like it's not like it's a thing where everyone's operating independently of what's happening around them.
Right.
Yeah.
And it just keeps raising the bar.
Yeah.
But then my favorite dysfunctional behavior when you think about companies and compensation is mergers and acquisitions, right? It's like they acquire a company, they get bigger. It's like, well, all of my peers who run companies of similar size now, they get paid more. And so it just becomes this joke. So as I watched like HP consolidate and, back in the day, I mean, first it bought Compaq and, and just watching the pay rise for Meg Whitman, it was, I don't know, I would sit there laughing. And to me, it was obvious what the game was, but whatever. A lot of people lost real money there. And then they bought that thing Autonomy, which a bunch of short sellers knew was a fraud, had written to the board. They bought it. And I think within a year, HP was complaining and filed criminal complaints against the sellers of Autonomy, or the guy who'd founded it. Who
was he killed?
Yeah, he died.
No,
so
was he murdered?
No, that was
you wouldn't go that far.
That was a tornado, man. Like that's no, and
no other boat. Because let's tell people what we're talking about. The guy who sold Autonomy to Hewlett Packard got sued into the Stone Age by Hewlett Packard, right?
No, he was still worth about like.
I'll take an RM Alpha Romeo Michael. Shifting spike in activity, new highs. ARM.
Well, so he had just
or was it criminal?
Well, he had just been acquitted.
Acquitted in a criminal trial.
Right, a criminal trial in the U.S. I mean, that had been like 10, 11 years of his life. And so he had a celebration party aboard the sailing yacht that he owned. They were moored off the coast of Italy.
Amalfi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, really sadly, he had his daughter on board.
Yep.
He had, ironically, one of his criminal attorneys on board.
An investment banker from Morgan Stanley.
Right. And he had some other people on board who escaped, but the boat went down with him on it. And what I got from the early investigation, I think they were, the authorities were saying that the captain did not like shut the hatches or,
the windows.
Yeah, the windows or the hatches.
Yeah.
And I think, and so like
it's a really crazy karmic thing.
It's extremely karmic, especially because I think the CFO, who had also been acquitted, was killed like a few days earlier in a bicycle accident.
Yeah, that's okay. That was the part I was going to get there. There was another related death, unrelated to the incident, but related to the situation.
Yeah, and look,
we don't have to go.
I think it's one of those examples of how occasionally life is stranger than fiction.
Yeah.
Where do these ideas come from? Are you running quantitative screens, or is this just word of mouth and somebody gives you a tip? How does this work?
Well, first of all, we're very sensitive about using the word tip, since that's a term of legal significance, insider trading.
I meant from your community.
I know.
Yeah.
No, so I'm not a believer in screens because I think you get a lot of false positives and false negatives. I mean, other activist short sellers might take a different approach, but we get a lot of people, usually long short funds, shopping us ideas. They're short XYZ.
Yeah, sounds like it.
The substantial majority of the time, it doesn't work for us. It might be a great short idea, but it doesn't make for great short activism. So going back to that difference between the shortable universe and what we do, you have to be provably right at the time that you speak. So if I say, oh, the street has this wrong, competition is going to erode margins much faster. Like that's like we'll find out when we get there. But
you're looking for guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right. I'd say the standard I look at is the civil standard. Can I prove by preponderance of the evidence in the market? I mean, I would like to do beyond a reasonable doubt, but
can you prove what? That something the company is saying or doing is not what it appears.
Correct. And to be clear,
that's a high bar.
Yeah, and look, to be clear, also a lot of people associate us with, oh, you guys short frauds. 20 to 25% of the companies we short, we think are frauds. The other 75, 80% are in that gray zone where what they're doing. Yeah, it's like misleading accounting. It's
like Herbalife,
probably illegal.
Would that be in the gray zone type of thing?
Herbalife was it? So the numbers were real there. Okay, so that's also one of the other lessons of business is that businesses that do things they shouldn't be doing can be great businesses from a financial perspective. So, Bill Ackman was right. I mean, the FTC hit them with a record fine, but he was wrong in that it didn't matter. It was like $120 million.
It's like suing tobacco companies. He wasn't even alleging fraud. He was saying this is bad for the Hispanic community because they're being scammed.
That's the thing. He did initially call it a fraud, but a consumer fraud, not a
right.
Fraud.
Like talking people into becoming wholesalers, taking on all this inventory.
Right.
And he was right. Of course, that's toxic. It's not good for anyone.
But so you need to be right that there needs to be, these companies need to be a fraud. And ultimately, if that does not hit their bottom line, investors just might not care.
Right. So what happens a lot of times then is we or another short activist publish on it. The idea is that we create enough scrutiny and pressure that things inside the company start to break. So people get uncomfortable with continuing that behavior. So you might start to see resignations. Maybe the auditor says, hey, look, we have an issue here. And the auditor says, well, if you're going to continue to do this, we need a lot more disclosure. Oh, yeah, but that's going to basically, show that Muddy Waters was right. Well, that's what our lawyers are telling us we need to do. So some managements will just basically back off the aggression right away. So if you
they'll stop doing what they were doing.
So some of them will.
But they'll also deny it simultaneously.
Right, they'll deny it, but they'll back off or they'll double down on it. So, I don't know if you were going to bring these up, and I'm like jumping the gun a little bit.
Let's
but
close to all-time highs.
So
I don't know why
if you
it's
look
down.
at a company that we shorted in November of this past year at Irisone London, it was Elf Beauty.
Looks fine.
So what we were looking at customs data, and we saw that their imports fell significantly and couldn't be reconciled with what they were reporting as cost of sales. So we were saying that we think there's a serious problem here, real misstatements in the inventory accounting, cost of sales, and also the revenue. So they denied it. Now, to be fair, they did say, hey, we had just gotten confidential treatment for our imports, at least some of their imports, as of January of 2024, which nobody asked them, well, why did you suddenly get confidential treatment? They said it was for competitive reasons, but that was a total BS excuse because their suppliers are well known. Their suppliers don't change. It's easy to figure that out. So it wasn't for that reason.
What did they do that in response to somebody asking questions?
No, I think because they knew, look, I think that they messed with the numbers, and I think they knew they were going to be messing with the numbers, in my opinion, they had a plan to mess with the numbers, and they realized that they could get caught through the customs data, so they got confidential treatment on most of it. Now, we went out there, we said, hey, these numbers are problematic. They, of course, denied it, but then when they reported their next quarter, they lowered guidance significantly. So in my mind, that was, okay, you guys are unwinding this. You're going to miss. You're going to try to dive below everybody's radar, and just hope that it doesn't go bad for you.
When you say they, sorry to interrupt, but when you say they, is this like the CFO? And this, is this like, does everybody know who's they?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, we're talking top management usually. And look, I'm not privy to the discussions. Obviously, I can't get internal company documents, but something like that would be CEO definitely, CFO most likely. Maybe there are some people in accounting, but basically whoever has access. And that's one of the things we also found out was in the course of our research, they did not have good internal controls.
Power.
And so when you see that with companies, it doesn't just mean that there's a risk that numbers will be accidentally misreported. A lot of times the companies we look at, we think, that's a feature, not a bug, right? They deliberately have weak internal controls. So that's one type of response. So again, this is
philosophically though. Do you care if that's the outcome? Meaning,
I got
they
my internet
unwind it in plain
and
sight.
computer running
They
off.
don't say we're unwinding us,
battery
messing with the
backup.
numbers. They say
Thought I heard it beep.
sales going to be
Sure
lower
did.
next quarter unexpectedly. To your point, they dive below the radar. The stock goes down either way. You need. Do you need philosophically, you Carson Block? Do you need justice?
Oh well.
Or are you just as happy with the stock price falling and you
$2,300 red day?
Look, of course, I would
$2,100
much
red day.
rather there have been an investigation.
If I get
and
power,
then
I'll
at
come
least
back on
civil
in
charges, if not criminal
Discord.
charges.
We'll watch. Yep, I lost power. Anyway, be back at it tomorrow. Hopefully, my power's not out that long. Never know in my area. So, better day tomorrow. Shitty start to the week. It was shittier. I was over 3,500 red, so we've clawed back some of it. 2K, I can still sleep at night fine. Anyway, you guys are awesome. Take care.